Good morning, everyone. We're going to call the meeting to order. We delayed our start just a couple of minutes because we understood that there were people stuck in traffic with the weather. And Mr. Schoen will be with us a little bit later. Mr. Dunklow will assist us with the quorum. Mr. Dunklow, we have 3 online, and with our board members here, do we have quorum?
Yes, with those present here and online, we have quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Would you join me now in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we have, again, as you know, we have resumed. For a period of time now, we've been meeting in person here in Baltimore at the State Board room meeting. We're also starting a transition to electronics, so you'll see some of us struggling a bit with iPads and laptops as we move from paper to electronic. We can actually do this. We're going to do this. We're going to do this, see? We got several, so we'll be there. We'll be there. If you say, this board is progressive, we're using technology, and we'll be there. We're going to start with, as we normally do, with our opportunity for the public comment. We value that public comment. We will start first with the individuals who will be addressing us virtually. That was an addition we added a few months ago. We wanted to be able to give people an opportunity from across the state to be able to speak with us easily without having to come to Baltimore. Should you run into a challenge with your video, we would ask you just to go audio. If you have any documents or anything that you'd like for the board to receive, please provide those to Dr. Lawson, and she will make sure that we get them. As usual, the live stream will be from the State Board website through our live stream vendor's website, Town Hall Streams, and YouTube. The agenda and the materials are posted on the website, and they'll be archived there as well. We will call upon our public commenters in the order in which they registered. Each person will be given 3 minutes to speak, and that time will be monitored. At the end of the time, we ask you to simply complete your sentence without making any additional statements. Please direct your comments to the entire board and not to individual members. We do listen, we do take your comments and your advice under advisement. And again, if you have any written statements or anything like that, if you would provide that to Dr. Lawson electronically, and she will make sure that we all get a copy of them. Okay. At this time, I'd like to welcome our guests. Our first guest is Mr. Buzzy Heddleman. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Fine, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. As members of the Crowing Commission, Dr. Salmon and I work together to try to prevent local school districts from using blueprint money for special education to supplant local funds already being spent on special education. The intent was that the blueprint special education funding should supplement, not supplant, services for students with disabilities. Because special education services are notoriously underfunded, supplantation results in severe violations of federal and state laws guaranteeing the rights of students with disabilities. Nonetheless, the blueprint language turned out to be ambiguous. And unfortunately, MSDE has not taken any steps to prevent supplantation. The Special Education Advocacy Coalition wrote a letter to Mr. Chodely on February 4, stating, "We believe it is incumbent upon MSDE to issue strong policy guidance, making clear that supplantation is not acceptable." That coalition has never received a response. I wrote separately on this subject to Mr. Chodely. Ms. Rakowski confirmed in writing on May 3rd that the department's position was the funds are unrestricted as to use in law. MSDE does plan to collect school-level budget data in accordance with the law. Unfortunately, that leaves the way wide open for supplantation. MSDE can and should do more. The following questions are urgent. One, will MSDE consider regulatory action or legislation that would carry out the original intent of the Kerwin Commission and protect the rights of students with disabilities? Two, will MSDE specify what data should be collected so it can determine whether supplantation is actually taking place? Three, will MSDE analyze data collected by the Department of Legislative Services for the years 2019 and 2020, which collected on the spending of the Blueprint Special Education Funds? The DLS surveys reflected an understanding that supplantation was generally prohibited. MSDE has never analyzed this data to determine the extent of supplantation. I request that the board and MSDE respond to these questions so that students with disabilities will receive the justice they need and deserve. Thank you.
We'd like to recognize Ms. Donna Blakely. Turned off. Like to recognize Ms. Donna Blakely. Blakeney? I'm sorry.
No problem, sir. Thank you. Good morning, President Crawford, members of the Board of Education, and Mr. Fowdery. I'm Donna Blaney, the Local Accountability Coordinator for Delaware County Public Schools, and on behalf of MCPS, I am here today to request that the State Board consider a delay to the implementation of the high school end-of-course assessments for one additional school year. With this recommended change going for potential adoption at the June State Board meeting, timeline causes great concern. At present, we do not have all the required information necessary to make policy and regulation changes within our district that would lead to successful implementation of what is proposed. For example, currently we do not know when the assessments would be given during the school year. We also would need to know when scores from these assessments would be sent to us in order to process through our student information systems for report cards. We have already begun receiving questions from parent groups asking how students who take AP and IB exams will be exempted from the EOCs and whether the assessment will affect their final grade. Without these details about implementation of the end-of-course assessments and many others, we are not able to provide our students, families, and staff with timely and accurate communication before expected implementation at the beginning of the 2022-2023 school year. In the best interest of students and their success, MCPS respectfully requests that the implementation of the end-of-course assessments be delayed for one additional school year so that districts can collaborate with MSDE to bring clarity to the details of the implementation guidelines and to create a comprehensive communication plan that district leadership can use to respond to community questions. If we are requiring the best of our students in these courses, then we, MSDE, and the 24 school districts should work together to ensure a successful implementation of this large-scale change. Thank you for this opportunity to share our concerns.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. At this time, we'd like to recognize Mr. Tom Mortensen. Oh, goodness. At this time, we'd like to recognize Mr. Tom Mortensen. Welcome, sir. You were muted, sir, just as I was.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Welcome.
Good. Thank you. I'm a higher education policy analyst. I study who goes to college, who doesn't, and why. Most of my work has focused on low-income first-generation students in higher education. But for the last 30 years, I've had to focus on boys because boys are clearly in trouble in the education pipeline in terms of preparing them for the work they're going to be doing the rest of their lives. I see in looking at the Maryland data that this is a problem in Maryland, but you shouldn't feel singled out. It's a problem in every state. And the problem of boys, the scarcity of boys in higher education is a problem throughout the industrial world. We're frankly not doing a very good job of preparing boys for the world of work that they're going to be living in the rest of their lives. I asked Ms. Necessary to share with you 3 charts that come from a report put out by the Bureau of Labor Statistics on high school graduation rates, college continuation rates for those that graduate from high school, and college participation rates. In other words, what proportion of those leaving high school actually end up in college by fall in the year following high school graduation. And you'll see that boys have fallen ever farther behind girls over the last 30 years reaching college, but there's been a particular collapse in boy engagement in higher education during the pandemic. Boys have fallen back to where they were about 50 years ago in terms of reaching college after they leave high school. This is a problem because the kinds of work men have done without a college education for many years have been disappearing. Manufacturing, agriculture, typically male work, has disappeared from the labor force. And what's grown are jobs in service industries that require a lot of post-secondary education and training. The girls have responded to this and the boys haven't. So the boys are falling ever further behind in employment in a wide range of male welfare measures. I point this out in the case of Maryland because I've looked at the data on your website in terms of male and female high school graduation rates and compared it to the national data. Nationally, the boys are about 2 percentage points behind girls in high school graduation rates.
Okay.
In Maryland, they're about 6 percentage points behind girls in high school graduation rates.
Would
So
like
I want to challenge
so,
you and say,
pardon me, we're at the end of the time. If you would just complete your sentence, I apologize. We have your slide, so we have that information. Okay. Well, thank you very much. And now we'd like to have Ms. Sharon Saroff. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Special education is defined as specialized instruction necessary to assist students to be successful in the classroom. And least restrictive environment is the environment that has the fewest restrictions that would cause undue hardship. So we tend to look at least restrictive environments as being in the general education environment. And we neglect the idea that the general education environment can have consequences and undue hardship for these students. Over the past year, I have seen a hodgepodge in many school districts. I am an advocate and I visit many school systems to attend IEP meetings and do classroom observations. And I am very, very concerned about the success of our students with special needs. We cannot continue to look at just putting students in an inclusive environment without looking at the negative consequences of that least restrictive environment policy. And I'll give you a for instance. If a student needs special transportation used to mean door-to-door service on a smaller bus with just special needs students. Now it can be anywhere from a regular gen ed bus with an aide to what it previously was. And for some kids, being on a general education bus is fine. But the purpose of special transportation has been for quite a while having a child in a specific environment where they will not have behaviors triggered and where they will not be bullied or be unsafe. Those are things that we have to also look at in a general education classroom. And we also have, because we're looking at them in a more restrictive environment, I would suggest that we look at them in the general education classroom because these students are not getting safe by us not looking at those negative consequences.
Well,
We also have to look at...
Thank you very much. We do appreciate it. Thank you very much for your comments. We have one person here in person. That's Dr. Scott Smith, Superintendent from St. Mary's County. Welcome, Dr. Smith.
All right, live and in person. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today, President Crawford and Superintendent Chowdhury. This spring, the Maryland Leads Grant Program was announced with $135 million in ESSER funding available across the state. Systems were invited to apply for these funds centered around 7 strategy areas. St. Mary's County specifically focused on strategies of grow your own and staff support and retention. We were notified last week that our Maryland Leads grant submission was conditionally approved in the amount of $5.3 million. We are overjoyed. With this investment, we will lean into the most pressing challenge facing all public schools, inspiring, securing, and supporting the next generation of public teachers. The grant will allow us to grow our teachers by supporting promotional pathways and breaking down barriers to certification. We'll do this by streamlining the progression from an entry-level, non-certificated position through partnered programs and tuition reimbursement to ultimately employment as a credentialed classroom teacher. Embedded support, both professional and financial, will underpin this work. For our provisionally hired teachers, individualized embedded coursework will fill gaps and lead them to full certification. This will help address our current crisis, but we realize a long-term plan is needed to address the educator pipeline in Maryland. We need to inspire the next generation of teachers by planting seeds and cultivating the interests of our youngest students, those who excel in learning and leading others, those who have the teacher spark. In St. Mary's, our Teacher Academy of Maryland high school students, many of whom knew they wanted to be a teacher very early in life, will reach into our elementary and middle schools and tap students who have that spark, then act as mentors for each throughout the year and include them in educational events within the program. As our TAM students graduate and begin their post-secondary lives, we will remain connected to them by partnering with our local College of Southern Maryland, St. Mary's College, or any one of the educational programs in our institutes of higher education in Maryland. No matter their path, they will know it leads back to us and a satisfying professional career. One need only look at the 24 educators coming before you today to see what is right in the world. We just need to keep that close to our heart. There's a Greek proverb that says, "A society grows great when elders plant trees in whose shade they will never sit." The Leeds Grant Program will plant many trees, and decades from now, may our children find themselves in a wonderful, cool forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate you driving up from St. Mary's. Wanted to just make an announcement that our YouTube backup is not available, but you're still able to see everything on the State Board MSDE website. So if it's not available today, hopefully we'll be able to post it later, but wanted to make that announcement. At this time, I want to thank all of our public commenters. Appreciate people taking time, whether in person or virtually, to come and to share with us. We, again, as I mentioned, we take the comments under advisement and we listen intently. At this time, we're going to now move to the consent agenda portion of our meeting. And we have 3 items. Approval of the meeting minutes, tab A. Personnel actions, tab B. Budget adjustments, April 2022, tab C. Following Robert's Rules of Order, I will announce objection, objection, objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved. Thank you. We are running just a little bit ahead of schedule. We have an oral reply, so we wanted to give, I believe it's Mr. Price, an opportunity to make sure he's here. So we're just a little bit ahead of schedule. I think I recognize someone else in the audience. Chip, don't you think we recognize someone?
I think we do.
Okay. Miriam Thomas? She is going to be our new student member. She will start in July, but she wanted to come down to Baltimore and see. So you're coming from Wacomico County. We appreciate it. We look forward to you joining us officially in July. Kevin, we're not trying to push you out the door, but we just want to acknowledge Mira. Okay.
I'd like to also express a word of welcome to you. We're happy to have you, and it's a particularly special privilege to have another friend from Wycomico County joining our board. So we look forward to your participation, and thank you for coming up early, just to sort of get familiar with the meetings and the process and the materials. So, but welcome. We're happy to have you, and we'll see you in July.
Okay, great, great. I just wanted to take this opportunity just to share a couple of things. As Dr. Smith was saying, we have, as this board knows, and has as its priority, planting those trees. When you look at the blueprint, the strategy, we have an opportunity to do some things that will benefit children for generations to come. It's an awesome responsibility. This is an extraordinary board. Been around boards and working groups and leadership teams for a long time, and this group is, in my judgment, among the best that I've ever worked with. We have different views, we have different perspectives, but the one thing that we've been able to do is organize ourselves and to think about how do we help children, how do we support our staff to make a significant difference. We have, as you know, last month we approved a resolution that said that we're in the business of transformative change. So it is not just 2% here, 3% there. It's really looking at how do we engage our stakeholders and everyone to achieve the kind of change that we're looking for. We had an opportunity over the weekend to look at a report from 1916, and I think if we could have just done a search and replace and change the dates, a number of the issues from 1916 are still here today. This board is determined to make a difference, with the support, and we recognize we cannot do it alone. When you look at this, education is new for me, but I've been around change for most of my adult life, and I went back after reading that 1916 report and just looked and what are the statistics for successful, transformative, strategic initiative change. And this goes back 30, 40, 50 years. 60 to 70% of these initiatives fail. So if you were going to bet money, you bet money it's going to fail. But the ones, and I have been a part of a number of those failures. I've seen them from being a very junior person to a mid-level to a senior person, and I've seen them fail. But I've also been blessed to be around some extraordinary successes. I fully believe, and I believe this board believes, that this is one that we can do. One of the things that I've been doing over the last few days is doing what is called a pre-mortem. A pre-mortem is an exercise where you look into the future, say 3, 5 years, whatever period of time, and you say, this was a terrible failure. Why did it fail? And you began, I started just sort of listing in rough order of likelihood of the things that could happen that would cause us to fail. And the number one item on my list, and I've seen this so many times myself, is unable to be disciplined and keep our focus. And it's not, the interesting thing, it's not the issue of trying to choose between good ideas or bad ideas. It's where organizations fall into this trap is trying to figure out what to do when you've got two good competing ideas. So I think, again, as we look at our resolution for transformative change, one of the ways that you try to address this issue is just remember why we're here. So that's our why. Obviously, there are going to be a number of things we have to do that don't necessarily tie directly to the transformative change that's necessary, but we should look very carefully at everything that we do that's not on that list to make sure that, because you don't know, my experience is you don't know when you've hit the tipping point and you've sort of veered way off track until after you've done it. You try to figure it out in advance, but that's not the case. The second most likely area where we would where organizations fail, where we could potentially fail, is if we fail to secure the support, buy-in, acceptance of the key stakeholders. This is especially true for a state initiative. And this initiative, I'm absolutely convinced we can do it, But this initiative has an added level of complexity, because when you do transformative change, typically in an organization, it's one person or a small group of individuals that have the final say for the entire organization, and they can say, this is what we're going to do. This is not where we are with the state system. The state system, we have a state level system, and then we have some very, very capable local boards and superintendents. So it is not something that we can just do on our own. We have to be able to bring together a coalition of folks to be able to work and to support us. So again, that's the second area if we fail to do that. And I know we've got initiatives underway to address that. The third area where these initiatives get into trouble is failure to execute with fidelity over a long period of time. The kind of change that we're talking about is going to probably take 5, 7, or more years to do. And the question becomes, can we stay focused in terms of executing with fidelity? We'll have a great plan, we'll have support from the community, but can we, as a team here in Baltimore and across the state, can we stay focused and execute, do the things that we know are the right things to do? The fourth area that organizations struggle with is turnover in key personnel. So again, hopefully, as we're very fortunate, we have a new superintendent. We said during the interview, and I wrote this down, that he wanted to be here for 10 years, so I rewrote that down, so that part's checked. And and we've got a lot of turnover among superintendents, so that's a little bit of a challenge. But I guess the good news is that hopefully the new superintendents that are coming online now are people that are going to be over here for the next 5, 7, 10 years that will be able to help drive this through. And then the last and area where organizations get into trouble is with the approach, the idea. What are you actually trying to do? They can't really articulate what they're trying to do. I don't think that's going to be a problem. So I just wanted to share that, as I've just been thinking a lot about this transformation. When I look at everything on balance, I understand the risk. Like I said, I've been around them. I've seen them work extraordinarily well, and I would have to say that the majority that I've been around have failed. I'm confident about this one. I think we can pull it off. Is it going to be easy? No. But the benefit, as Dr. Smith said, we will provide shade for children for generations. We will address some of those issues that have been here present since 1916. 1916. We have an opportunity to address that and to do things that matter for our children so that they are competitive. And when we look at this, it's not just, as Mr. Mortensen said, this is not just an in-school issue. We're talking about preparing generations of children to be successful, productive adults who will raise families, who will have their own children. So we have an awesome responsibility. I'm, again, very confident this is something that we can do. But we also have to recognize that this is a significant challenge. I think we're up to it. And everything I've seen about us says that we're very serious about it and that we are going to do our absolute very best to make this successful for our children. So taking some liberty here, had a couple of minutes. Mr. Schoen, have we heard anything from?
The parties are here.
Okay, great. Okay, so what we'll do now is we're going to now have our oral reply, and then afterwards we're going to take a brief break, which will then give our Teachers of the Year an opportunity to come in and be recognized. So we're excited about that. Mr. Schoen?
I would like Members of the board, I would like to announce the case for oral argument, Stephen Price versus Howard County Board of Education. Mr. Price and Mr. Nussbaum, would you please come up to the table? And beginning with the appellant, would you introduce yourself to the board, please?
My name is Stephen A. Price.
And Mr. Nussbaum?
Good morning, Andy Nussbaum on behalf of the Board of Education of Howard County.
This is an exceptions hearing requested by Mr. Price regarding the administrative law judge's proposed decision affirming the Howard County Board of Education's decision to uphold his termination from employment as a teacher with the school system. This oral argument is being conducted consistent with Comar 13A 01 05 07F. Each side has 10 minutes for oral argument. Mr. Price, as the appellant, you have the burden of proof in the appeal, and you will go first. Mr. Price, do you want to reserve any time for rebuttal after the school system makes its argument?
No, I will need all my time with my statement.
Thank you very much. Mr. Price has reserved no minutes for rebuttal, so you'll have 10 minutes for your argument, and then Mr. Nussbaum for the local board will argue. Dr. Lawson, you are the timekeeper. Will you please set the timer to 10 minutes for Mr. Price, and then stop the oral argument. Mr. Price, and please end your oral argument when you hear the beep from over that corner. Mr. Price, if you are... then Mr. Nussbaum, you will have the opportunity, and you will have your 10 minutes. Mr. Price, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I want to apologize in advance because I'm going to have to read extremely fast, so bear with me.
Begin at your pleasure, sir.
Yeah. Okay, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
All right, I was teaching virtually when I received a notice advising me of the recommendation to terminate my employment. The sequence of events which led to this recommendation did not seem to indicate offenses that would result in termination. During the 2018-19 school year, I was written up for lessons that I taught that allegedly violated the HCPSS Teaching of Controversial Issues Policy 8050. After I was reprimanded for teaching the lesson, the Controversial Issues Policy was changed to fit HCPSS allegations against me. I faced unfair scrutiny over the assignments I taught. One write-up was due to comments that I made during an assigned mock Congress debate where I modeled and argued a right-wing conservative perspective on the right to marriage. This was in November 2018. I took on the role of devil's advocate during the debate. A 2-month investigation occurred that resulted in me receiving a letter of reprimand. The other write-up was for 2 brief videos on police brutality that I showed that was viewed by the principal, Wazalewski, as violent. The project students were assigned in January 2019 of that year required them to create a public policy over the issue of police brutality. Those 2 incidents served as the basis for me being terminated from my employment after working there for 8 years. I was subjected to disparate treatment in the workplace. I was terminated from my position while other employees who committed far worse offenses were allowed to remain employed. During the 2019-20 school year, a teacher showed a Dave Chappelle video in which the comedian used the N-word throughout the video. That teacher was placed on leave but was allowed to return to work. Also during the 2019-20 school year, another teacher showed the entire movie Gladiator. That teacher received no reprimand at all. While I, the plaintiff, was reprimanded and my termination fast-tracked for teaching the debate, another employee was videotaped, presumably by students performing fellatio in a classroom. That employee was placed on leave and transferred to another location. There are well-established policies, rules, and laws dealing with termination of tenured teachers. The defendants failed to follow their own policy and law when terminating me. The actions of HCPS clearly demonstrate retaliation. HCPSS reached back all the way to 2013 and 2016 to use documentation against me in 2021. District policy states that documentation is stale after 2 years. I received documentation from David Brusga, Administrative Director, who informed me that the documentation can be removed after 2 years if no other incidents occur. Although there were no other incidents in 2 years following the write-up, Howard County Public Schools and its representatives used stale documentation as evidence against me in 2021. I inquired about having the 2 discipline letters from 2013 and 2016 removed from my file. The letters were said to be stale by the HCEA union rep, Charles Schaefer. The Howard County Public Schools Executive Director of Human Resources, Nicole Carter, stated that the letters could not be used for further discipline, but they would only remain in my file for historical purposes. After I filed a grievance against Principal Wazalewski in February 2019 for lack of fair due process, I was told not to speak during meetings by the union representative, Josh Lennis. Mr. Lennis spoke for me at meetings over the 2-month period. I never had a fair chance to explain in detail the lessons and the comments. The grievance was denied by the principal, Wazalewski, and by Director of Staffing, Ms. Pam Murphy, in April 2019. Ms. Murphy stated in her denial that the principal was justified in using the 2013 letter of concern and the 2016 letter of warning, even though I requested that they be removed from my file. I had been assured that the documents would remain in my file only for historical purposes. I notified Ms. Murphy about the error she made in using the stale letters from 2013 and 2016. She rewrote the denial letter, correcting her error. I was asked by HCA union rep if I would transfer to a middle school. I agreed to a transfer, but I did not want to go to a middle school. I preferred to go to a high school. I requested a transfer through the school system on February 5th, 2019. I cited a hostile work environment as the need for the transfer. In June 2019, I received a call from the assistant principal at Hammond High School, John DeFato, about an American government position. I called back after the next day and left a message, but never heard from Hammond High School again. I never received a written notice of the denial of my transfer request. The HEA master agreement states that an employee is to receive written notice of a denial of a transfer request. I did not officially learn that my transfer had been denied until Dr. Theo Kramer, community superintendent, stated that the transfer request had been denied during a hearing in January 2022 at OAH. I filed a complaint with the Office of Equity Assurance in April 2019. I reported to Ms. Ann Roy from Howard County Public School System Office of Equity Assurance that I was being harassed and bullied by a teacher in my department, Lisa Milak, and Principal Wazalewski, and Assistant Principal Mr. Smart. Ms. Roy demanded that I remove the names of Principal Wazalewski and Assistant Principal Smart from the complaints, as the accusations were serious and they could create a more hostile work environment for me. Ms. Roy ultimately denied the complaint in June 2019. In August 2019, I had a panic attack and I suffered a major depressive episode. I was not afforded the opportunity to transfer to another school for the 2019-20 school year. I took leave for the first month of the 2019-20 school year due to health issues caused by experiences from the year before. Just before I returned to work, I ruptured my right knee quad tendon and was out of work for an additional month. I was told by HCPS Human Resources that if I did not return to work, it would be taken as me not wanting to return to work for HCPSS. Due to my serious health issues, my therapist and surgeon filled out the required ADA forms that I would have an ADA accommodation when I returned to work on November 5th, 2019. During a meeting held on November 9th, 2019, I was told that I was being placed on an action plan for violating the teaching of controversial issues policy during the 2018-19 school year. Principal Wazalewski, Assistant Principal Smart, and Renee Boss, Social Studies Department Head, did not follow the proper procedures when placing a tenured teacher on an action plan. Tenured teachers are eligible for action plans when they have received an ineffective rating. I have never received an ineffective rating. Despite this being the case, Mr. Smart, Mr. Wazalewski, and Ms. Boss placed me on the action plan anyway. I attempted to do what was required of me on the action plan. However, my medical limitations restricted my ability. I had not committed any violations of policy during the 2019-20 school year. Principal Wazalewski and Assistant Principal Smart violated the teacher's tenured union contract and well-established policy by moving my evaluation up a year despite the fact that I never had an unsatisfactory classroom observation nor an effective rating. This failure to follow policy and law continued as I attempted to do my job. I opposed being unfairly placed on an action plan. I was retaliated against for filing a complaint against Principal Wazalewski and Assistant Principal Smart. I had some difficulty physically navigating the workplace due to the medical limitations. HCPSS, Wazalewski, and Smart exacerbated my difficulties by refusing to appropriately accommodate me. I became overwhelmed with the basic functions of the job due to HCPS refusal to follow the law. Principal Wazaleski and Assistant Principal Smart created a situation that would lead me to having no ability to perform certain tasks. I and my medical team wrote several letters advising that I needed assistance of an aide in order to be able to efficiently perform my duties. General Counsel Mark Blum, David Lana, Wazaleski, and Smart refused to provide me with the accommodations afforded to me by the ADA. As a result, I was written up 2 times because of the action plan during the 2019-20 school year. I was accused of insubordination. In May 2020, I filed a claim with the Office of Human Rights and Equity of Howard County and the EEOC for racial discrimination, retaliation, hostile work environment, and ADA accommodation violation. In June 2020, I received an email from Mr. Smart stating the action plan will continue for the 2020-21 school year. Even though Mr. Wazaleski and Mr. Smart failed to follow policy and ADA law, they accused me of not meeting the requirements for completion of the action plan. On January 12, 2021, I received an email from Mr. Wazaleski stating that he was recommending me for termination for insubordination, misconduct in office, willful neglect of duty, and incompetence. A virtual due process meeting was held on January 15, 2021, a due process meeting where no witnesses or evidence was provided to support the recommendation for termination. On February 10, 2021, I received a letter suspending me without pay with the recommendation for termination by the superintendent, Dr. Martirano. I appealed the decision and requested a hearing before the Howard County Board of Education. A hearing before the Howard County Board of Education was scheduled. However, no meeting ever occurred. Pursuant to Cool 6202, the teacher must have requested the hearing within 10 days of receiving the charges against him. I requested a hearing in a timely manner. A hearing was scheduled April 27, 2021. I showed up at the scheduled time. I was told by Ms. Kathleen Hanks that the meeting had been canceled and would be rescheduled. I never received notice of a canceled hearing in writing from my attorney, nor from Howard County Board of Education. Surprisingly, my attorney dropped me as a client and cited the fact that I showed up for what was supposed to be a hearing as a reason for a decision to terminate her representation of it. HCPS failure to follow the policy and law when terminating tenured teachers should have invalidated the termination process, and my pay should have been restored. I was officially terminated on August 3rd, 2021. I appealed the decision to Maryland State Board, and this process is ongoing.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Thank you.
Mr. Nussbaum, you will now have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
And
Oops.
yeah, make sure you're on.
Yeah, okay, that's on. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry, the monitor's kind of blocking part of the view. The appellant has filed a total of 27 exceptions in the written documentation he submitted to the board, which is far too many for me to address in 10 minutes. I would refer you to the board's response to appellant's exceptions, where each of the exceptions that he raised in his written exceptions have been addressed on behalf of the Board of Education of Howard County. There's a few things that I'd like to discuss this morning, some substantive and some procedural, briefly, again, realizing the time limits. On the substantive side, it's important to keep in mind why the appellant was terminated, especially in light of his exceptions and what he described to you today. He was not terminated for individual actions that were highlighted by the appellant taken in isolation. Rather, taken as a whole, as summarized by the ALJ at page 28 of his proposed decision, and I'd like to take the time to read that, the ALJ noted the following. The appellant's actions for 2 years, early 2019 until early 2021, were a study in defiance and non-cooperation. He refused to attend mandatory meetings. He refused to comply with the action plan. He willfully violated HCPSS policies. His performance as a teacher was below standards. Obviously, the appellant felt his superiors in the HCPSS hierarchy had no authority over him and that he could ignore their orders and directions with impunity. In the circumstances present in this case, the county board had no real choice other than to terminate the appellant's employment to maintain the integrity of Long Reach High School, where the school he was teaching at, and the school system as a whole. That's why Mr. Price was terminated. And I think it's important for you to realize that, and that's what the ALJ wrote up, and that's what the facts indicated at the hearing that was held before the ALJ. There were arguments certainly made at the ALJ level about discrimination based on race, about issues with the ADA charges that Mr. Price has made today, and in his exceptions, the ALJ addressed all those. I would just refer you to briefly to page 13 of my exceptions, my response, to exceptions, which cited the record, or the proposed decision, rather, at page 27, where the ALJ addressed the issue of racial discrimination and found very explicitly that that was not a basis on which Mr. Price was terminated. I would like to address two procedural matters that were not, I don't believe, addressed this morning, but are contained in the exceptions. And those two are those issues have to do with the due process arguments that were made by the appellant, which seem to fall into two categories. First, he argues that he did not receive the process he was due by the county board, and he did talk about that briefly. And secondly, he argued in his written exceptions that he should have been able to present additional evidence to the ALJ on this appeal to the state board. I'd like to make sure the board has had an opportunity to review the motion in limine that I filed with the ALJ on October 14th, which sets out the facts as to the county board process, along with the ALJ's ruling on the motion that he issued on December 8th, 2021. And I'd further invite the board to review the county board's opposition to the appellant's motion for summary judgment and the affidavit of Anissa Dennis, which were filed filed in the Office of Administrative Hearing, on November 3rd, 2021. Those documents address these issues that were raised. The facts are basically these. The appellant received, and Mr. Price addressed some of these, the appellant received a letter from the superintendent on February 10th, in which he was advised he was being recommended for termination pursuant to 6202 as a teacher. His further advice, he could request a hearing within 10 days. Within 10 days, a hearing either before the county board or an arbitrator. He timely requested a hearing before the county board. A hearing officer was appointed in February of 2021, and a hearing was set for April 27th and 28th of 2021. The appellant's attorney, not the school system, the appellant's attorney, and they were some exhibits that I attached to the response to his exceptions. His attorney requested that the hearing that was scheduled in April be postponed because her assistant had been diagnosed with COVID. I actually suggested a virtual hearing so we could, get the hearing underway, but the appellant's attorney declined in writing in an email that's attached as an exhibit, indicating that her client would much prefer an in-person hearing. The hearing was then set for May of 2021, and then the attorney withdrew her representation for reasons that were never given. I have no idea why Mr. Price showed up for a hearing in April of 2021 when his attorney requested and was granted a postponement of the hearing. So after this all happened, after numerous attempts by the hearing officer, the local level hearing officer, to find out the status of the matter, the appellant in June decided he wanted a hearing before an arbitrator. The request was untimely, having been made some 4 months after the superintendent's initial letter went out, not 10 days as he was provided. It was rejected. The request for an arbitrator was rejected by the county board. In a letter dated June 7th, 2021, the county board notified the appellant that he needed to contact the board office by Monday, June 14th, the week after that letter, whether or not he wished to go forward and be heard by the board's hearing officer, and whether he was still represented by counsel. The letter concluded, this letter is in the record as well, by noting that if the board did not hear from Mr. Price by June 14th, quote, "It will be deemed that you have waived your right to a hearing, and the board will consider and take action on the superintendent's recommendation for dismissal based solely on the documentation as it currently exists," end quote. The appellant declined to respond, and the board issued its decision accordingly. It's important to note that due process requires the opportunity for an individual to have a hearing. That opportunity was given to the appellant. Mr. Price had the opportunity for a hearing before the local board. He chose to not avail himself of it. If there was a denial of due process in this case, Mr. Price denied himself his right to due process by not going forward with a hearing before the county board. Now, regarding the question of additional witnesses before the state board, and I know Mr. Price didn't have a chance to talk about that this morning, but it's in his written exceptions. There is a COMAR provision that provides that if an appellant seeks to present it's under 4205 generally, and then there's a specific provision under 6202 specifically that says if an appellant seeks to present additional evidence in an appeal from the local board to this state board of education, and if it's shown that additional evidence is material and I'm emphasizing, this is my emphasis, that there were good reasons for the failure to offer the evidence in the proceedings before the local board, additional evidence may be received. That's in 13A, .01, .05, .07C, and that's in my memorandum. In Sullivan versus Montgomery County, which this board decided as opinion number 14-51, evidence was not presented to the local board because the employee's counsel chose not to offer it. The state board held, quote, "We conclude that choosing not to present evidence to the board for whatever reason is not good reason," end quote, under that COMAR provision. In Young versus Montgomery County, which is 16-41, the board effectively affirmed Sullivan and concluded that the appellant's argument of ineffective legal representation was not good cause for the failure by the appellant there to introduce, failure to introduce evidence at the local board. Well, what happened in Sullivan and Young is exactly what happened here. The appellant simply chose not to go forward with a hearing at the local board level and chose on his own not to introduce any evidence at the local board level. Having made that decision, he was properly precluded by the ALJ in this case from introducing additional evidence at the hearing before the administrative law judge. A reversal of the ALJ's proposed decision on this basis would essentially rescind and rewrite the COMAR provision that I just cited and would invite employees in the future to simply waive their right to a hearing before the local board and just go forward with a hearing before the state board if they choose to do so. That's certainly not the intent of the statute, nor was it the intent of the COMAR provision governing proceedings under 6202, and I would urge the board not to reverse or not to adopt the proposed decision by the ALJ on either of these two procedural grounds that were raised in the exceptions. I'm not sure how much time I have left, but I'm going to summarize by saying this. For all the reasons that were contained in the record in this case, the proposed decision by the ALJ, the transcript of the proceedings, and the evidence admitted by the ALJ, as well as all of the pre-hearing motions, memoranda, and supporting exhibits, which I think are all part of the record before this board, the Board of Education of Howard County requests that this board adopt the ALJ's proposed decision in this matter and uphold and affirm the decision of the County Board of Education to terminate the appellant as a teacher. Thank you.
Board members, you now have the opportunity to ask questions of either party. Mr. Crawford will acknowledge board members to ask questions.
We'll start with the board members that are participating virtually. Ms. Morrow? Question?
No additional questions, thank you.
Ms. Howley?
No additional questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Getty?
No questions at this time.
Thank you. Now we'll come to the board members who are present in the room. Any board members would have additional questions to ask? Seeing no additional questions, Mr. Shaw?
Thank you, Mr. Price. Mr. Nussbaum, the board will deliberate and issue an opinion later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, both
Thanks
of you,
for
for
hearing.
coming.
Thank you. Take care.
Can we take our 10-minute break at this time? Superintendent Chaudhary, can we, I believe the teachers are upstairs? I believe they're here?
I think they are here. They're upstairs. Yep, they're upstairs.
We would be able to, can we have them maybe come down a little bit early?
Sure, we could do
Okay.
that. Yep.
So at this time, we'll take our 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:15. And note that we're actually ahead of schedule. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
and representatives, superintendents, and others, and family here. This is just a wonderful opportunity to recognize the hard work and the dedication, especially under some incredibly challenging circumstances. One of the things that I teach some in graduate school and talking to leaders, and I just say, you know, at a certain point, you just have to make a decision that says that I'm going to perform at a high level, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about the environment, the circumstances. You just have to dig down deep on the inside and perform. And I believe that's what we have here with the Teachers of the Year and the other teachers and administrators throughout our system who've just made a decision that said, in spite of all of the challenges that we're facing, we're going to do this, and we're going to do it to the best of our ability on behalf of our children. I'd like to now turn this over to Superintendent Chaudhary.
Thank you, President Crawford. Once again, I'm excited to celebrate greatness and, you know, the most important adult in front of our classroom each and every day, and the profound impact that they have. I don't know, you know, I'm a huge research buff, right? They have validated over and over again what teachers do have lifetime impact, just beyond test scores, just the power of a teacher, a single teacher. And so for us to be able to recognize Teachers of the Year annually and then do work with them and get their feedback on policy is an absolutely amazing thing. I'm looking forward to doing a roundtable with this group. We've already done one with my first group, I would say, since I've been here almost a year now. And so I'm excited. Regina from the team will just give you an overview of who they are. And then we're just going to celebrate. So practice your smiles, and that's what we'll do. So thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you guys and your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Maryland State Board of Education Teacher of the Year recognition. I'd like to congratulate you guys on being selected as your school system's teachers. It is quite an accomplishment. Once all the Teachers of the Year have been introduced, photos with the State Board members, teachers, and guests will begin. I'll introduce each Teacher of the Year by name and school system, along with their guests, starting with Allegheny County. And I'd like to let you know that when you hear your name, stand and come and show them where there's a presentation mark where we'd like you to stand. So please hold your applause until all the teachers have been introduced. So I'm going to begin now with Allegheny County. Amy Rice. She's the Allegheny County Teacher of the Year. She teaches second grade at Cache Valley Elementary School. Mrs. Rice serves as a chairperson of the school's leadership team and is a member of the STEM Technology Action Team. She encourages family engagement and community partnerships. Mrs. Rice is here with her principal, Miss Lisa Stevenson, and the Allegheny County Public Schools Teacher of the Year coordinator, Miss Jennifer Ramsey. Charles Whitaker. Charles is the Anne Arundel County Teacher of the Year, and he is an HVAC, which stands for Heating, Ventilation, and Air Conditioning instructor, teaching grades 9 through 12 at the Center of Applied Technology North. He's currently pursuing his National Board certification in the area of CTE and a Master of Divinity from Wesley Seminary in Washington, D.C. Excuse me. Mr. Whitaker is here with his wife, Mrs. Michelle Whitaker, and the Anne Arundel County Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. George Arlato. Beryl Dudney? Dudney. thank
Like, I
you.
teach my pre-K kids, like, dude, and then your knee.
Okay, okay. Thank you. She is the Baltimore City Teacher of the Year and is a pre-kindergarten teacher, thank you, at the Commodore John Rogers School. Entering her 10th year teaching pre-kindergarten at Commodore John Rogers, she serves as team lead, tools of the mind, endorsed curriculum lead, and instructional coach across the district. Ms. Dudney,
Dude, like dude, and your knee.
thank you, is here with her principal, Mr. Mark Martin, and the Baltimore City Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. Sonia B. Santeliz. Alicia Amaro Freeman. She's the Baltimore County Teacher of the Year, and she teaches ESOL, English to Speakers of Other Languages, to grades K through 5 at Franklin Elementary School. She's Vice President of the Latino Providers Network and was the 2018 Educator of the Year for the Maryland Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Ms. Freeman is here with Jennifer Hernandez, who's the Director of ESOL for Baltimore County Public Schools, and the Superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools, Dr. Darrell L. Williams. Rachel Ulmer. She's the Calvert County Teacher of the Year, and she teaches 9th through 12th grades English Language Arts at Huntingtown High School. She's a teacher consultant for the University of Maryland Writing Project and a collaborative member of Calvert County's second ELA leadership team. Ms. Ulmer is here with her Teacher of the Year coordinator, Ms. Tracy Chapelier Thomas, and the Calvert County Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. Daniel D. Curry. Myrna Valdez Bradner from Caroline County. She teaches 9 through 12th grades, 1 to 4 level, and AP Spanish at North Caroline High School. She was awarded the Medal of Excellence by Governor Hogan in 2021 and recorded an advocacy blog and podcast for the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. Ms. Valdez Bradner is here with her principal, Mr. Matthew Spiker, and the Caroline County Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. Derek L. Simmons. Erica McAndrew from Carroll County. She's the Teacher of the Year, and she teaches first grade at Spring Garden Elementary School. Erica is leading the school's green team efforts to become recertified as a Maryland Green School. She has won numerous awards for her contributions in 4-H and is president of the nonprofit organization Peace Love Dolls. Mrs. McAndrew is here with her husband, Mr. Jeffrey McAndrew, and her principal, Miss Wendy Leisure. Madeline Fleischer-Pyle from Cecil County, teaches 4th grade English Language Arts at Perryville Elementary School. As a public school educator of 8 years and former MSDE Teacher of Promise, yay, Madeline enjoys mentor teaching, leading professional learning communities, and engaging with the community of Cecil County. Ms. Fleischer-Pyle is here with her principal, Ms. Katie Ryan, and the Cecil County Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. Jeffrey Lawson. Morgan E. Hungerford from Charles County. She teaches 2nd grade at Arthur Middleton Elementary School. She's led the Positive Behavior Interventions and Support Team. Her classroom is currently used as a model classroom for non-tenured teachers. She volunteers with the Sheriff's Office Teen Court Program. Ms. Hungerford is here with her principal, Mr. Benjamin Harrington, and the Superintendent of Charles County Schools, Dr. Maria Navarro. Philip Sham Albert from Dorchester County. Teaches grade 9 through 12, Project Lead the Way Engineering and Math at North Dorchester High School. He is an assistant chairperson of his school faculty council, co-advisor of the Mathematics Honor Society, Mu Alpha Theta, and a member of the Positive Behavioral Intervention and Supports Committee and the Discipline Committee. Mr. Albert is here with the Dorchester County Public Schools Teacher of the Year Coordinator, Ms. Robin Mackert, and the Dorchester County Public Schools Superintendent, Mr. W. David Bromwell, Jr. Jonathan Kurtz from Frederick County. He teaches grades 9 through 12 music at Governor Thomas Johnson High School. He's taught music in grades K through 12 over the last 19 years, including concert band, jazz band, orchestra, music theory, music technology, and music history. He is currently the coordinator of the Academy for Fine Arts at Governor Thomas Johnson High School. Mr. Kurtz is here with his principal, Tracy Kibler, and the Frederick County Public Schools VPA Curriculum Specialist, Kimberly Hirschman. Amy Beeman from Garrett County. Amy teaches 6th grade science at Southern Middle School. She's an active member of the school's improvement and positive behavioral interventions and support teams, and serves as a valuable resource to her colleagues who seek her out for pedagogical and content knowledge of the next generation science standards, use of instructional technology, and STEAM. STEAM stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, Art, and Math Education. Ms. Beeman is here with her principal, Ms. Stephanie Wazalowski, and the Garrett County Board of Education Superintendent Barbara Baker. Ashley Girelli from Harford County she's a special education teacher for grades K through 5 at Churchville Elementary School. She's a member of many leadership teams, serves as clubhouse leader, and was nominated by her colleagues for the 2021-22 Harford County Education Foundation Everyday Hero Award. Ms. Girelli is here with her principal, Ms. Lisa Minutoli, and the Harford County Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. Sean Bolson. Jordan Lim from Howard County. Ms. Lim teaches 9th grade math at Long Reach High School. She's the Algebra 1 team and instructional team leader. She also co-leads the Reach Academy, a restorative justice initiative that centralizes relationships as the key to learning. Ms. Lim is here with her principal, Mr. Josh Wazalewski, and the Howard County Public Schools Superintendent, Ms. Carolee Turner-Little. Karen Carty from Kent County. Karen teaches 7th grade science at Kent County Middle School. She played an integral part in writing the environmental literacy curriculum used in the county. She was a presenter at the 2020 Maryland Association for Environmental and Outdoor Education Conference. Ms. Carty is here with the Kent County Public Schools Teacher of the Year Coordinator, Mr. Daniel Hushin, and Gina Jacomowitz, Director of Teaching and Learning for Kent County Public Schools. Jonathan Dunn from Montgomery County. Jonathan teaches general and choral music for grades 9 through 12 at Sherwood High School. He is a director of Sherwood's beloved rock and roll revival production, a member of the instructional leadership team, and serves as a restorative justice coach. Mr. Dunn is here with his wife, Mrs. Stacy Dunn, and his principal, Mr. Timothy Brighton. Oh, okay.
Dr. McKnight is right there, hiding in the back.
I didn't see him. Welcome. Evelyn Policarpio, Prince George's County. Evelyn teaches 8th grade math at Benjamin Tasker Middle School. She's won numerous awards, including the 2021 Meggie Award winner. She's a 2021 Meggie Award winner, Outstanding Educator and Gifted and Talented Education Teacher as Leader by eGate, and an Outstanding Mathematics Teacher, Region 3. Ms. Policarpio is here with the Prince George's County Teacher of the Year Coordinator and the Chief of School Support and Leadership, Ms. Helen Coley. Dr. Helen Coley, excuse me. Cassandra Hostler, Queen Anne's County Teacher of the Year. She teaches art to pre-K through 4th grades, to 4th grade students at Church Hill Elementary and Sutlersville Elementary Schools. She is a member of her school's instructional leadership team, runs the art club, and volunteers as jump rope coach. Ms. Hostler is here with her husband, Mr. Wade Hostler, and the Queen Anne's County Public Schools Assistant Superintendent, Amy Huddock. Melissa Kiernan, St. Mary's Teacher of the Year. Ms. Kernan is a special education and English teacher for grades 9 through 12 at Leonardtown High School. Melissa contributes to the instructional leadership team as lead mentor for new untenured teachers in MTSS Committee Raid Spice Girls and as Troop 117 Brownie leader in her community. Ms. Kernan is here with her colleague, Ms. Kelly Burton, and her principal, Ms. Jill Snyder Mills.
And then the superintendent's here too. He gave us a Greek proverb and everything before.
Where is the superintendent?
He's right there.
I'm sorry, welcome. Jennifer Carey, Somerset County Teacher of the Year. She teaches 1st grade at Carter G. Woodson Elementary School. She serves as team leader and co-chairs at the Math SIT Committee. In addition, she has been a tutor for multilingual learners and students with disabilities and has presented workshops for new teachers. Ms. Carey's here with her principal, Ms. Elizabeth Berry, and the Somerset County Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. John Gaddis. Catherine Spees? Oh, I got it right. Talbot County Teacher of the Year. Teaches kindergarten at Easton Elementary School. She is a team leader and mentor teacher for the primary grades. She is also part of Talbot County Public Schools kindergarten curriculum team and an in-choir ed advocate for her school. Ms. Spees is here with her husband, Mr. Corey Spees, and the Talbot County Teacher of the Year, the Talbot County Superintendent, Dr. Kelly Griffith. Elizabeth McDonald, Washington County. Ms. McDonald teaches biomedical science to 11th and 12th grade at Washington County Technical High School. She sponsors HOSA Future Health Professionals and mentors students in competitive events and outreach programs, including a mini med school for elementary students. Ms. McDonald is here with the Washington County Public Schools Associate Superintendent Dr. Gary Willow and the Superintendent Dr. Boyd Michael. Rebecca Matthews, Wycomico County. Rebecca teaches 9th through 12th grade science at Wycomico High School. She's been involved with tutoring, evening high school, summer school, credit recovery, Gear Up, Next Generation Scholars, and personally mentored 18 Quest Bridge National Match finalists. Ms. Matthews is here with Dr. Brian Raygor, Director of Curriculum and Professional Development, and the Wycomico County Public Schools Superintendent, Dr. Donna Hanlon. Kristen Cashman.
Nobody's here from Worcester.
No? Okay. Well, Kristen Cashman
We still got to show her off, so.
I'm going to still read
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Okay. Kristen Cashman, she is the Worcester County Teacher of the Year. She teaches 9th through 12th grade English at Pocomoke High School. She's the coordinator for Worcester on Wheels, facilitator of the Women Who Rise program, an equity champion and lead for Pocomoke's equity team, an adjunct faculty member in Salisbury University Education's department. So can all the teachers stand? Thank you, everybody. We're going to start the photo session by asking you to arrange the board members.
Good.
While he's doing that, I want to introduce also Barbara Holt Streeter. She's from Prince George's County. She's not here. She's on her way up. Okay. All right. Her name wasn't in here.
You might not. This won't take long once I get it set up. Setting it up takes the time.
Even more problems.
Kelly, you need help?
I don't know, Mr. Photographer, you may have presented us with a significant problem.
No problem.
The superintendent sat here and said, oh, this is what this feels like.
Okay. Now, I would like all the teachers to come forward. The vertically challenged ones to stand up front.
Rick.
No, that's me.
Rick, are we doing individual or group?
We're doing a group right now.
Oh, the group first.
Then we'll do the other one right here.
Okay.
That's part of the vertical. Yes, look with us. I'm short. I know I'm short. I always go vertically challenged are going that way, he says. Oh, we're going. We also have the vertically challenged are there. We're going. We're just following. Okay.
Should we turn that off while he takes the picture so that she's not
Yeah, Kelly,
I'll tell her.
can we turn that off so that's not in the picture? Like,
That would be an question.
who? All right, respectfully. All right, I got him.
No, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I would show you my one tattoo, but it's not here. It's just right here. I can tell you some of those cameras are better than what I have.
Rick, do you want to sit here?
Yeah, you're fine.
I'm fine.
I think I can stand. I'm gonna stand right here.
So we're gonna do a quick direction. When Rick's ready to go, we're gonna look at him.
One more teacher.
One more teacher?
And then everybody.
One more teacher.
Hi, Stan.
All right, I'm ready.
So where are you standing?
That's one of the days.
Stand here. Okay, guys. Okay, sir. No, ma'am, you, see, no, you're fine.
All right, everybody look at Rick, please.
Oh, wait a minute. Second lady from the back, move this way. A little more. No, no, no. In the back. No.
Say color shirts. Say shirt colors.
Shirt color, black. Move this way a little.
Which doesn't help because they're both wearing black.
Not you. You're going to give me a fit. I'm sweating now. No, stay where you are. Move this way, just a tad. You move behind her just a little bit. Okay. Keep all your eyes open and look right into the camera. Alec, your teeth right in the center.
Thank you, board members. I do appreciate this. Can you hold it? I hold it. Hold it down.
Oh, okay.
Behind you.
You're fine, and you were fine. Good. Right in the center.
Rick, what about that?
Fine.
We want the guests in there as well.
Yes, yes. Superintendent, family,
Mom, Dad.
kids.
Is everybody?
Okay.
Big smile when you do the shot. One.
While they're taking the photos, can I have Anna Rundle stand up and get ready to walk in, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Happy for you.
Yes. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay.
Now, we are live streaming this, so people are watching us.
We'll tell her where
Quite
she
all
can
right.
find it on the web. It'll be posted on the web. We'll send her a note.
Oh, God, that's all I need. She tells me everything I do.
I'm sure he'll.
Okay.
Back row.
Congratulations.
Forward a little bit. Right to the camera. Good shot.
While he's taking photos, can I have Baltimore City stand up and get ready, please?
Two.
We're right here.
Three. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I was at his class and learned so much about HVAC. It's amazing what the kids do in this class.
That's terrific. Good for you.
Oh, yeah.
From your budget.
Are we okay, Tom?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We'll make sure we get everyone. Absolutely.
This is important.
This is important.
When you hold it, you want to
Don't get to do this every day.
No.
He's going to have you probably come up a little bit.
Step forward if you would. Yep. Step forward if you would. Right there. Thank you, sir. Right at me. 3 shots.
Y'all are so smart about this.
One.
Alicia Freeman,
2.
Palmer County, you want to stand up? Get ready?
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Dude knee.
That's all I got.
Oh, yeah.
Smiling.
You can probably come up a little bit early.
Step forward a little bit. And right into the camera, please. 1,
Caroline County.
2.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Something that's faster than I can do. I'll catch up.
Where?
Come forward.
Can you make us look better? Calvert County?
Congratulations. Congratulations. Going well.
Please hold it down a little bit.
Okay.
Carol?
2.
It's okay, sorry.
3. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Superintendent, I wanted to
Congratulations.
say thank you for sending my daughter a Calvert Tot onesie. I appreciate it.
How you doing?
She's doing great.
You've been in it?
I will not. We started this.
Can I have Cecil, please? Come right here.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Very nicely done. Yeah, it is, it really is.
Either down.
Congratulations. Well, I'm glad you're organizing this. If I was organized, we'd still be trying to get the first picture.
Dorchester County.
Dorchester?
Congratulations, congratulations.
Frederick County.
Frederick?
Congratulations, congratulations.
Christina, we're going to skip Frederick for right now because the principal stepped out and then we'll come back.
Okay.
Just give me a heads up. Parker.
It's a nightmare drive.
All right, giving back twice.
Okay.
Garrett.
Nope, hold on. Relax. Give us 1 second. Good to go? Okay.
Okay, get what you need.
Oh, goodness. Garrett wants to get ready?
Howard.
I apologize. We took a little out of order, but we're still doing photos. Howard? Can I take it ready, please? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
One more thing? I think pretty good, but we're finally, we're waiting over there. Montgomery?
No idea.
I want to
worry about it. All right, I'll stand
Lovely topic. You ready? I don't know why they did it.
I'm not picking you up. She's doing. Oh, she's got What's your stuff over?
St. Mary's?
Are you making your last
St. Mary's?
Who am I calling next for dinner?
Somerset, good rain.
Thank you. I apologize.
Washington County?
You're already waiting.
Okay.
She would love to.
Wycomico?
Okay, hold on to your badges if you want.
Yes. Worcester? Thank you, everybody. Mr. Crawford, Mr. Chaudry, is there anything else you'd like to say to the teachers before we close out the meeting?
Again, on behalf of the State Board, we just want to say thank you. Your dedication, your commitment to excellence, being positive role models, not only for the students, but for the staff and the school. So again, thank you so very much, and we really appreciate you coming up.
Thank you guys for being here. You know, as Regina was sounding off what you do beyond the classroom, right? That's amazing. But I'll be the first one to say, you know, as a former classroom teacher, we need to put a network of support around you, right? You shouldn't have to go above and beyond every day to be able to do the things you do for kids, and we're going to do more, and we're going to get it right. But thank you for being an exemplar. I want to figure out how to bottle it up and scale it throughout the state. But and what I always recognize in Teachers of the Year is how much you do beyond the classroom and how much you do that are also non-academic, and we really need to design a system where we really come around you so you can really focus on teaching and learning each and every day. So thank you for being here and for who you are. Thank you so much.
We're good.
On time, ahead of time.
Did you read it? Oh my God. Okay, that's 5 minutes.
I got it.
Thank you.
He's probably going to use yours.
Oh, thanks.
Where do you want it?
Yes.
Two ways.
And this is Daryl.
Well, that went a lot quicker than I thought it would, really. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
It's amazing.
Thank you so much.
Have a great night. You could actually run the board games too. I mean, what else could you?
Not much. Set up for pictures is okay. Don't give me any other authority to tell you that's right. Oh, my.
Just checking one thing, be right with you.
Are you ready?
It's a fun day.
Yeah.
It's a great day. Yep.
This is a great day to be able to do that.
Was.
Just absolutely great to be able to do that.
Maryland has an incredible Teacher of the Year program. It is one of the best in the country. It's amazing the experiences that they have.
Creek Lake
The Deep
to
Creek.
Smith Island.
Oh, sorry.
Funny Lakeside.
I went back, we went back, a couple of the teachers and I went back, and we went back to the island. Rush and cleaned up the grounds, we had all through the school. We repainted the bathrooms, we repainted all of the lockers. That was me and another Teacher of the Year that pulled all of that together.
It's, so did you ride the
Okay.
bus boat?
Yes, we rode
What-
the bus. We did.
We're going to take another unprecedented step to actually continue to be ahead of schedule.
Oh, thank you.
I can assure you it's not the leadership that's causing this to be ahead of schedule. Not me, at least.
Oh, I think
But
doing a great job.
But you know, what we did here was very significant. If you read some of the literature on why employees stay, and the Gallup group does probably some of the best work along those lines, it says the number one determinant as to whether or not an employee stays is not money or anything like that. The number one determinant is, does that employee have a relationship with his or her peers, his or her boss? That's the number one. The second most important thing for an employee as to whether they stay or not is, does my work make a difference? So I think we've had an opportunity to be able to say thank you to people whose work truly makes a difference, and a difference in the life of an individual. So we're going to break now. I'm going to be a little bit unreasonable again, as I always am. Could we do it in about a half hour, come back about a half hour? Okay, so we'll break now for lunch for a half hour, and then we'll be right back. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to reconvene. And we'll turn to Superintendent Schroeder to introduce our next presenter.
So this is part 2 of our deep dive into our blueprint deep dive that we've been doing since the beginning of the year. And so we've been diving into all of the early childhood education policy pillar in the blueprint. It is one of the major policy pillars. And so, and last time we had I'm going to call it an epic presentation, and I offered up to break it up in 2 parts. And so this is part 2. And so I'll start with Assistant Superintendent Hicks and Deputy Superintendent Dr. Khan, just going over what we have covered so far, and then we'll jump into the latter half. We also have 3 guests that I embedded into this presentation towards the end. I wanted you to hear from child care providers and their experiences and such. So they will be as part of the presentation towards the end, and we have some questions that we've asked them, and then if you guys have anything else. With that, I'll give it over to Stephen and Deanne. Thank you.
We'll take, after the presentation, before the video, we'll take, the technology folks ask us to take a few minutes so they can transition to the testimony. Do we also have our board members back online? Okay, excellent.
Yeah, and as a reminder, we designed this presentation so we stop at certain points so you can ask questions about that topic. Just give it the nature of this presentation. All right, take it away.
Great, thank you, Mr. Choudhury. So, good afternoon. Yes, it is afternoon. Yes, almost afternoon, morning afternoon. President Crawford, Vice President Daschle, and members of the board. So today, as Mr. Choudhury mentioned, we will continue our discussion on early childhood, which Mr. Hicks and I are excited to continue to talk about. And we appreciate you allowing us to break this up into 2 parts so we can go to part 2. Just to recap a little bit at last month's meeting, we began this discussion and we looked at 5 big areas around early childhood. And that was the mixed delivery, pre-kindergarten system, program quality, and the workforce. So we only got to talk about those 3. Today we're going to look at 2 remaining big buckets, expanding support programs, and then the R4K system, which is an assessment system to monitor the progress of students in those programs. Again, I'd like to publicly thank the child care community. That includes family child care providers, early childhood teachers, center directors, principals, and all the various administrative staff and everyone who supports our child care system. Also, just so that you know, on May 6th, we recognize these leaders through Provider Appreciation Day. Again, we want to make sure they're aware of how much we appreciate all of the work that they will do. So here again with me, I have Mr. Hicks joining with me, and we will tag team together. Today we're going to focus on 4 areas. First, we'll recap briefly information from the April board meeting, and then we will unpack the 3 remaining big buckets around early childhood education that are in the new law. We'll also discuss the programs and initiatives that MSDE has been engaged in. While they may not be explicitly called out in the blueprint, we want to make sure you're aware of some of the other initiatives that we are supporting. And then also you'll hear about some of the investments that we've been continuing to make within early childhood. At the end, as Mr. Choudhury mentioned, we have some special guests who will share their experiences as family home child care providers in Maryland. So at our last meeting in April, we discussed how MSDE has been laying the foundation for the blueprint success over the last few years. We highlighted the 6 goals in Maryland Ready, Maryland's Path for School Readiness and Success Plan. We also talked about the state's prenatal to age 8 strategic plan, the early childhood education investments over the last 2 years, and the legislative report that we submitted last fall. We then looked in depth at some of the programs and services that have been codified into law to support our mixed delivery pre-kindergarten program, including program quality, as well as the early childhood workforce. Next slide, please. So here again, you'll see listed the 5 big buckets, but we are going to really focus on the last 2 on the bottom, and that's the expanded support programs. And within those buckets, we have our Head Start state supplemental grants, the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program, the Judy Centers, and the Patty Centers. And then the last bucket that you see on the bottom there is the Ready for Kindergarten or the R4K assessment system. And that includes the early learning assessment system that our providers and school system use. It also includes some grants that we provide to support the implementation of those assessments. So I will pass it over to Mr. Hicks to continue the presentation.
Great, thank you, Dr. Collins. As we said, the blueprint includes these expanded support programs, which have 4 programs to support early childhood education. There's the Ulysses Curry Head Start state supplemental grants, the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program, the Judy Center grants, and the Family Support Centers. Next. So first, the Head Start supplemental grants. The Head Start is a federal program that supports our most vulnerable children at the poverty level and their families. The $3 million Head Start supplemental grants enhance school readiness of Head Start children and are distributed to the federal grantees. Funding is also provided to supplement those funds from the state, and funding is used to extend the day for children who would otherwise participate in a 3.5-hour day and or extend the school year for children to participate in a 6 to 8 week summer programming. Next. The Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program is in the Division of Early Intervention and Special Education Services. This is also in the Office of Teaching and Learning under Dr. Collins. My division, the Division of Early Childhood, works very closely and collaboratively with this division. And now I'd like to invite my colleague, Assistant Superintendent Marcella Frankowski, to come up and tell you about this important investment in the blueprint. Marcella?
Thank you and good afternoon. So in the blueprint, it actually awards additional state funding to support the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program, and that's what you're seeing on this particular side. In 2023, the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program experienced a $4 million increase over a long-standing state funding increase of like $10.4 million to support this program. As you can see, there's an annual increase of approximately $1 million that continues through the year of 2030. All of this funding is provided directly to our local infants and toddlers programs, and each of our 24 systems, our LEAs, have a corresponding local infants and toddlers program that provides services to children from birth to age 4 that have a developmental delay or a disability. So this is not childcare. This is a very specific population with a specific drive and purpose. I've been asked to share a few highlights about the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program. You're already familiar with special education services for school-age children, which is under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, known as IDEA. As you know, children are served through an IEP for special education. The IDEA also provides federal seed grants to states to maintain a system of early intervention services to children under the age of 3 with a disability. These children and their families are served through what we know as an IFSP, which is an Individualized Family Service Plan. So it is the baby IEP. Maryland is one of 11 states where the state education agency leads their infants and toddlers program. So Maryland does see this program as an educational model and with leadership at the state level. Maryland, as you're hearing today, and as we heard in our last board presentation with Dr. Collins and Mr. Hicks, is progressive and committed to early intervention. It is one of only 5 birth mandate states that provides a free, appropriate public education at no cost to our families. These services are special instruction, family training, occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech language, and again, at no charge to our families. I think another important, unique quality of this program is Maryland's broad eligibility criteria that provides a very wide safety net for our children and families. Eligible infants and toddlers may be identified due to a 25% or more delay in their development, or demonstrate atypical behavior, or be diagnosed with a special health condition, and that would be like Down syndrome or a very low birth weight. Just to let you know again, Maryland is one of 17 states that you can be eligible for the infants and toddlers program with only one identified in one area. Most of our other states have 2, 3, 4, up to 6 areas of developmental delays to become eligible. So again, that wide safety net really supports earlier the better and our focus on that. Annually, our program, the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program, serves about 20,000 eligible infants and toddlers and preschool-age children, but we receive over 18,000 referrals, and referral equates to assessments following through that whole process, so you're talking about double the amount of families. Approximately 50% of the children served are eligible for medical assistance, so that's our determiner for poverty. Services are provided year-round, so this is a year-round program for all children and families in their natural environment, which may be in the home or in the community. Last year, about 92% of our children were receiving the majority of their services in the home, but please know prior to COVID, obviously that was much greater. Maryland's program is unique and nationally recognized in that we are the only state that allows, with Washington, D.C., that allows eligible families to choose at the age of 3 whether they would continue to receive their services in the infants and toddlers model or move on to preschool special education. This really is a catalyst for our families to make that transition to preschool, because most of our children, if you have a birthday in October, that's not a natural progression, right, at the age of a birth date of 3. So this changing that and allowing our families for children with developmental delays or disabilities to have that same response or that same ability to answer the question of where my child will go to school following is very unique and unique to Maryland. We know earlier the better, and providing early intervention services is the most effective and efficient time to narrow that gap for our children with developmental delays and disabilities. We conducted a longitudinal study through the Johns Hopkins University, and our data demonstrates that those children and families that were received services in the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program, by 3rd grade, 68% of them were no longer in need of special education. So Maryland truly is a vision of earlier the better, and our children and families are benefiting. So thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Franskowski. All right, our next group is regarding expanding support programs in the area of the Judy Center Early Learning Hubs. Each of the 69 Judy Center Early Learning Hubs is unique in meeting the needs of its local communities. Still, all have common requirements and standards to coordinate the work and assist the staff in meeting their goals for families in the school catchment area. Judy Centers provide services or connect families with local service providers and childcare programs for some of the following options: adult education, case management, developmental and health screenings, family engagement activities, parenting classes, playgroups, and early intervention identification, so they can get the services that Marcella just talked about. The Judy Center expansion in the blueprint is 9 per year for the next 3 years and 18 per year for each year over the next 5 years. That is a very large expansion. Currently, we are reviewing the applications that school systems submitted for these next round of 9, and we have a very robust group of applicants to review. But I'm going to let the parents and educators, who are the experts, tell you more about the Judy Centers. Can you please play the video for us?
as a Judy Center.
Did you know that the Judy Center Early Learning Hubs offer family engagement and parenting classes?
At the Curtis Bay Judy Center in Baltimore, we offer parent leadership learning parties where families learn how to take more active roles in their children's education.
At the Judy Center at Belgrove Elementary School in Anne Arundel County, we work with a variety of community partners to offer family support services such as workforce development, adult education, health screenings, and more.
From Western Maryland to the Eastern Shore and from Central to Southern Maryland, there's a Judy Center Early Learning Hub to support children and their families.
Did you know that the Judy Center Early Learning Hubs help prepare children for success in kindergarten?
At the Judy Center in Baltimore County, we offer playgroups for children ages birth through 4. The Judy Center Early Learning Hubs help prepare children for school and improve the quality of life for Maryland's families with young children.
From Western Maryland to the Eastern Shore and from Central to Southern Maryland, there are Judy Center Early Learning Hubs to support children and their families.
Discover the many ways your local Judy Center can help your family.
The last area of our expanded support programs through the Blueprint are the Family Support Centers, and those have been renamed the Patty Centers in the Blueprint. Family Support Centers help more than 3,000 parents a year finish their educations, learn job readiness skills, build strong social networks, and improve their parenting skills. At the same time, their very young children have access to state-of-the-art early care and education settings that help them reach their greatest potential. Maryland's Family Support Centers, or Patty Centers, are coordinated by the Maryland Family Network. Funding for the network of the Family Support Centers is provided by the Maryland State Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, private foundations, corporations, and individuals. Maryland's Family Support Centers, as I said, have been renamed the Patty Centers, but we're not the only funding that the entire network receives. Family Support Centers are in several counties and Baltimore City and have integrated early Head Start funding as well and their standards to enhance the programming serving children up to the age of 3 and their families. Next. All right, so we want to see if there's any questions around this area before we go on.
Very good, Mr. Hicks. We'll start first within the boardroom, and then we'll go virtual. Ms. McCusker?
I noted in the presentation that it says like 69 centers and growing, and
Yes.
you know, how much growth are you anticipating over the next 3 to 5 years as we implement Blueprint and have, you know, the new funding sources and stuff?
Yeah, that's great. So we have, over the next 3 years, we'll have 9 a year. And then after that, for 5 years remaining up to 2030, we're going to have an expansion of 18 per year. We were a little concerned the pandemic saw fewer school systems applying for this, but I think we all understand the challenges of the pandemic brought on. So we're very excited that we have about 18 applicants in this next pool. So that's going to give us a robust number of applications to really make sure that we make funding to high quality and well thought out plans.
Excellent, thank you.
I promised Congressman Hoyer that I would call him to do a ribbon cutting at the 100th one. So
Oh, that's great.
We are very, I think within the next 5 years, we hit 100. Yeah.
Yeah, well, these services are so crucial, and when students enter elementary school, pre-K, you know, kindergarten, having had the benefit of these centers, it puts them on a trajectory of at a path of success that they might not have otherwise had. It's just such crucial programming, so I'm so glad to hear that it's going to continue and expand and grow so that we have more children ready to learn.
Dr. Wilcox.
I'm just curious if, given the pandemic and the toll it's played, if you have any specific services for bereavement and trauma, exposure to traumatic stress, and how they're rolled out, and which components that you talked about today are they embedded in?
So that is a great question. I thank you for that. We submitted for the last 2 years, as we do every year, a report for the Judy Centers, for example. We also have performance reports for our family support centers, and in it we have all of the different activities that these programs provided to their communities in regards to mitigating the effects of the pandemic, including addressing trauma-informed care. We also have our infant and early childhood mental health program that I'm going to talk about a little bit later that I think you'd be interested in, and we are working to expand those services. You probably heard, I think last time, Yusuf talk about a bill that was passed to increase funding by the state for that program as well, but I can certainly provide through the secretary for the board or whoever is appropriate those reports, and you can see some specific information that I think you may be interested in, how these programs really pivoted to support their communities during the pandemic.
Right. Ms. Chang and then General Sumter.
Yeah, thank you for the information, but I was just wondering, I know you're looking forward to maybe the year after have 101 Judy Center. I was just kind of curious, what's the saturation rate at the current stage, and what would our projection to, at what stage that, by competing all these different centers, that what's our goal?
That's a great question. I'll address that. So one of the things that I've, and I talked about this also when we put out Maryland Leads, is, Blueprint's expanding community schools. Then we have Judy Centers. Then we have Patty Centers. And then some days I'm like, what's the difference, Stephen, between a Patty Center and a Judy Center? And at a certain point, do you have so many, first of all, we don't have enough social and wraparound services around our kids that we need to, so that's key. So let's start launching them. Is how do you really do this in a coordinated way? And so when we launched our Maryland Leads, we challenged school systems to really think about collective impact, right? Like you gotta take like a county-wide approach at a certain point, and track the families and kids and the supports and the things that they're getting from birth through college and career. One element of the blueprint that had hindsight towards this is this commission that they're going to form that's called I always get it wrong, but it's essentially a commission on coordinated care, and it's like a 20% commission. I'm a member of it. The governor appoints the Senate president, the House Speaker, and it's in collaboration with MDH. And its job is to actually give out more dollars to, and it's funded in the hundreds of millions of dollars over the next several years, to counties to ensure high-quality, sophisticated coordination of services. And so that work, I think, would ultimately lead to okay, we have enough here. Now it's about working better and smarter and not in different directions, right? I mean, there's so many nonprofits doing excellent work, but you want to ultimately have it in a case management type system. And so, so we've pushed on that through one of our Maryland Lead strategies. The commission's job is going to be to have that conversation, and I'm looking forward to that. We're actually kicking off a meeting tomorrow with the Secretary of MDH, myself, and former Senator Casemeyer, who's actually chairing that from MDH, that work. So it's a great question. And, we could launch a lot of community schools and wraparound services, but if they are of varying degrees of service and quality, we won't really have the county-wide two-generational impact that we want to see. So,
thank you.
General Sumter.
I had the same question. Is it either or both for Judy and Patty? And I noticed there's none in the lower 3 counties of the Eastern Shore for the Patty, but I do have to sing the praises. As you know, Somerset County was one of the first to do it, and with our local commissioners, we made it universal. Is there any thought to pushing through that it truly is universal to all kids in the state?
I think that's the direction we should be headed in, and I think that commission I reference is about taking a county-wide approach. So need is need, right? Mental health crisis is a mental health crisis, regardless of socioeconomic status and need. So we really need to, as I come back to saying, a case management approach where every kid is known, every family is seen and heard and supported. And so I think the answer to your question is yes. I mean, part of moving the vision around Blueprint and Early Ed is moving us closer to universal pre-K as much as possible. That should also mean universal system of care across the pre-K-12 spectrum. So the answer to your question is yes. And how we get there is a more complicated answer, but ultimately the commission that I will be on, along with a lot of other smart folks, is that's the goal. So I would argue.
And just a little thing I didn't realize, sometimes it's hard to get the families in to attract them. And we found out in our county, giving away Pampers really brought them in. So I guess it's formula today, but in any event, meeting the need of the families really helped get them in. And once they were inside, the program just blossomed. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things I've asked the team for this round and future rounds is really like holding proposals accountable for engagement, right? People are not, it's not always if you build it, they will come. You have to go find them and have different types of incentives and supports. And so we're really going to be tracking that as a quality measure as part of the grant making as well too, so.
All right.
Sorry, that was not a commercial for Pampers.
It is very relevant to me nowadays.
Let me now just check with the virtual board members. Dr. Getty?
Right now, thanks.
Okay. Ms. Halley?
I just wanted to hear more about, with the 18 centers that are going to open, what programs are in place? Can you hear me okay? Okay, what programs are in place to train the new center operators?
Great question. So there are just the applicants right now, the 18 that I spoke of. So we will make 9 awards per the blueprint. But what we have at the Maryland State Department of Education in my division is we have a team of Judy Center coordinators and a lead coordinator. Now, you just approved the new lead coordinator, so thank you very much for that this morning, so they can get busy on coordinating internally. And then the 4 under that position, the 4 Judy Center coordinators, work throughout the various counties and Baltimore City to support those Judy Centers. Now, some jurisdictions have really taken this on to be coordinated within their own jurisdiction and provided additional resources at the local district level to really build a robust system of their Judy Centers. Baltimore City, for example, has done an extraordinary job in doing that. They have 11 Judy Centers, and they have someone at the district level that coordinates them with their professional learning and providing support as they work in their various communities. I'm hoping that this can be a model for other jurisdictions as they expand. Baltimore City is unusual in that they have so many. That was done with a coordinated effort and collaboration with philanthropy many years ago. There are a few other jurisdictions that have a number of Judy Centers, and then some that only have 1 or 2. And we're hoping that this opportunity will build up that system and they can have their own coordinated system within their jurisdiction.
So just a follow-up question to that. As you're recruiting people to make applications, is the community aware of all the support services they'll get in starting a new facility?
Yes, we have a really robust new grant process here that Mr. Chaudhary has instituted. And so we have grant information guides, we have then the application, we have other support services, but like the Judy Center and other grants that we have now for FY23, we have a series of customer service webinars, open office hours, and provide a robust system of technical assistance to inform them about the grants for communities, for families, for potential applicants, about what these services can actually deliver.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Morrow.
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. So the next and last bucket of our early childhood piece in the blueprint is the Ready for Kindergarten Assessment System, or R4K. The R4K assessment system is composed of 2 assessments aligned with each other. There's the Early Learning Assessment, or ELA, which covers 36 months to 72 months and is used by LEAs, but also private providers and Head Starts. The Kindergarten Readiness Assessment, or KRA, which you heard about a few board meetings ago, is administered at the beginning of kindergarten. Over the last few years, school systems have had the option to administer a representative sample of the KRA or a census administration, which is for every kindergartner. The blueprint requires every kindergartner to be assessed beginning in this next school year. Sorry. The Ready at 5 produces the Readiness Matters books we distributed in the last board meeting, 2 meetings ago, as well as communication materials for every jurisdiction so they can share the data and plan for improvement. Johns Hopkins University's Center for Technology and Education provides professional development opportunities and the platform for data collection and use by the local school systems. Here is a short video of the KRA.
I think it is imperative for kindergartners to feel successful, because really we set the stage for their whole learning process for the rest of their life.
My wish for my kindergartners on the first day of school is for them to do their absolute best and to grow in every way possible throughout the school year while they're with me.
As you look at our teachers across the continuum of grades,
Is there a Wi-Fi connection issue that we're having? Or is it the video itself?
our third and fourth and fifth grade teachers really have a lot of data to support them from previous years.
It doesn't work, then one more try.
I think it is imperative for kindergartners to feel successful, because really we set the stage for their whole learning process for the rest of their life.
My wish for my kindergartners on the first day of school is for them to do their absolute best and to grow in every way possible throughout the school year while they're with me.
As you look at our teachers across the continuum of grades, our third and fourth and fifth grade teachers really have a lot of data to support them from previous years. But our kindergarten teachers really do not have that data as our kindergarten students are entering their classrooms.
Most of the time, we really don't have too much data about our students when they arrive in the fall unless they have attended our pre-K.
So it really puts us at a disadvantage of knowing what skills they know.
Children come to kindergarten from many different backgrounds and with many different experiences and skills.
We're going to have so many great adventures this year. We're going to learn so many new things, and I'm going to fill your brains with awesome knowledge.
But when they first walk into your classroom, you may know next to nothing about them. This puts everyone at a disadvantage, especially the students who are living in poverty, students with disabilities, and the English learners. children who are often already operating at a disadvantage. Educators will eventually get useful data from local assessments as well as state assessments beginning in 3rd grade. But the kindergarten year represents a special opportunity because
you're setting a course for students for later school success. So in order to set that course for later school success, you got to know what they're coming to you with.
We only have this tiny little time period with these kids to make sure that they're learning what they're supposed to be learning so that they're successful in 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, high school, college.
I'm coming over to your station. Can I watch what you're playing today? Yeah. Okay.
the Kindergarten Readiness Assessment is a tool that helps you learn more about your kindergartners now, while they're still in kindergarten, so you can help them build a strong foundation for all of their future learning. And it doesn't just measure academic skills, it looks at the whole child, so you can also have a better understanding of where your kindergartners are socially and emotionally, areas that can have a significant impact on their success in school.
Having the data helps teachers differentiate instruction.
At the beginning of the kindergarten year, the kindergarten instrument helps teachers to be able to focus in on the abilities of students, how to do proper groupings, see what skills certain children need, what skills some children already have.
Some of you are going to write what your favorite affect is, and some of you are going to draw a picture to show me what your favorite affect is. It helps us figure out where they are language arts-wise, where they are math-wise, with certain math skills that we do in the very beginning of the year. And it helps us to figure out some of their social skills, like where they are socially also.
We do provide parents with information. In the fall of the year, we ran reports based off of the data that we received from each student and sent it home to their parents. And attached to it was a sheet that explained what exactly the instrument was and what the children were assessed on, and we gave their scores.
The instrument is crucial for us to be able to identify the overall staffing needs, particularly with the identification of resources, to identify which students need which assistance.
The assistant principals do look at the data and use that to provide professional development in areas where there may be some common concerns or some common areas that a lot of the students are missing.
The data from the kindergarten instrument is very impactful at the district level for us. We've been able to see what our areas of need are across the entire county. So we've done a lot of digging deep into that data and working with our communities to be able to establish partnerships, to work collaboratively with our daycare providers, our child care providers, and our pre-K teachers and Head Start teachers to ensure that students are coming to us school ready when they reach kindergarten.
The Kindergarten Readiness Assessment can be used both efficiently and effectively during the course of a normal school day and in the natural settings where teachers already interact with their students.
Okay, so we have a bunch of different animals in the barn. Can you help put the animals in their appropriate pens? Can you help me?
But it does, of course, still require some time and some effort for all concerned. So why should you use it?
The reason it's so critical for kindergartners to feel successful during that year is because kindergarten is really where we're introducing academics to the student. We're setting the stage for the rest of their academic career, plus beyond. So it's really important for them to feel that success so that can continue their love of learning and that motivation throughout their academic career. If they don't experience that success, we risk them losing that motivation. So it's so important for all of our students to have their needs met to feel successful.
You have to think.
You have to think. In your own mind.
All right, so those are all 5 buckets of the early childhood work in the blueprint: mixed delivery, pre-K, program quality, supporting the workforce, expanded support programs, and the R4K assessment system. We want to see if there's any other questions before I pass it to Dr. Collins to discuss some other programs and initiatives that support these 5 early childhood areas.
Ms. McCusker?
I know y'all get tired of listening to me, but I did have a question. I see that the grants for the R4K are to school systems for implementing the R4K. As we move into this mixed delivery system where we're partnering with other, private or non-public providers of pre-K, will funds be available for them to administer? And then can you also talk to me about how we administer something like this to 4- and 5-year-olds? what that looks like so that I would like to know that it's a developmentally appropriate administration
Sure.
of a test?
Yes, so I'll take the first question. So the R4K grants that we make to school systems are to support those school systems in their entire district. So they use those funds to support kids, 4-year-olds and younger for the ELA at the school, but also in the community. So those funds are distributed to the district, but they use those for example, joint professional development and other learning. They also sometimes use it for substitute teachers so they can administer the assessment during class in that natural setting. The ELA is offered at no cost for any Head Start or child care program who wants to get that professional development, and the platform is available also at no cost. The assessment is at no cost, and they can use it, and we provide professional learning opportunities for them to do that. The second question, sorry, now I forgot.
Can you talk to me about the administration and what that looks like from a developmental perspective? I worry about testing.
I really, as an early childhood educator myself, I really appreciate that question. So we, as the program, the assessment was developed, we worked with early childhood educators to look at the assessment, to try the assessment, to test the assessment. We also got their feedback on what are the most important skills and knowledge and behaviors that they feel will ensure success for their students if students are coming in with those skills, knowledge, and behavior. The assessment is designed to be used much of it as an observational assessment. So watching children, as you saw in the video, as they're in their natural play environments, and looking at how children interact with other children and when responding to prompts by the teacher. There is also the ability for some performance assessments, and those can be also used on a tablet if the teacher wants to, and if it is conducive to the learning of the student, or they can do it with manipulatives like you saw with the little horses and things. So there's a variety of ways, and all the kindergarten teachers have a refresher course every year. New kindergarten teachers go through an entire training, and that training is also designed to ensure that they are using the assessment with fidelity and unbiased in the way in which they're looking at students and recording the results of those different tasks.
How quickly do they get the results so that they can use them to drive their instruction?
Great question. So October 10th is when all the assessments are to be completed, and the assessment window closes, and all student data is supposed to be entered. As soon as the teacher enters data, they can look at the results of that immediately. And beginning as soon as the window closes October 10th, they can look at their entire class, they can look at see the entire district and see how their children are doing. They can, as soon as they've assessed all the items, the 50 items for any individual child, they can print their own parent report in which they can use, it's 4 pages, it talks about how their child is doing around these 4 areas of language and literacy, math, early math, social emotional development, physical health and well-being. They can share those results and share ideas on what the parent can do at home in those first few months of kindergarten to support their child, where their child may not have come with the same skills and knowledge ready to engage in the curricula. And then at the end of that testing window, we also send reports, those parent reports, for every student to the school so they can have an actual hard copy, but they can still print it out at any time.
Share about how other states are beginning to adopt our KRA system.
Great question. So we have, over the last few years, really developed a consortia. Now, the KRA was developed with the state of Ohio as part of Race to the Top Early Learning Challenge and an enhanced assessment grant from the U.S. Department of Education. Since then, we have formed a consortia along with Johns Hopkins University. We meet quarterly. We try to meet in person if we can, but other states have adopted the use of this. Now, for Marcella, we have also worked closely in the development with Marcella on meeting the needs of children with disabilities. And for the early learning assessment, she has identified a set number of items that all students in Maryland use. And a lot of other states are looking at that and adapting that same method as part of the outcomes accountability required by the U.S. Department of Education. And we have a variety of states that are either using the KRA or the ELA in their own state, which is really helpful to see it expand. When I was at the U.S. Department of Education, one of the problems I had was I couldn't look across the whole United States and see how kids are doing as they enter kindergarten. We just didn't have a common measure. We still don't. But as we expand the use of the KRA and the ELA, we will have better data to understand as a country how kids are doing when they enter kindergarten. But Maryland is really at the forefront of that.
And I want to say it to you one more time because I've said it multiple times. K2 assessments are diagnostic and will be used for diagnostic purposes. We are not going to turn them into what the grades 3 and above are as part of our ESSA plan. So I want to be very clear about that. Yeah.
If I just want to add, Ms. McCusker, to that, this is where you see the resiliency of teachers. They are so they have a deep understanding of what development to the appropriate looks like. So as they're planning their lessons together, they really understand what to look like in the natural environment. So it's not like this paper pencil test. So I just wanted to call that out because I've actually seen the test administered and been involved in collaborative planning sessions where teachers are not sort of talking, well, the test asked this, so how do we plan this? But it's more the development to the appropriate skills that students need. And so they've gotten much more comfortable over the years in administering the assessments because they really know what it looks like. So I just wanted to talk to the resiliency of a teacher.
Let me check now virtually. Ms. Morrow?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Halley?
No questions, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Getty?
No questions, thanks.
All righty. Thank you. See.
Yeah, I think so.
We're good?
Yep.
Okay.
It's on you guys.
Okay. All right, so we will move on to round out the rest of our presentation. And we're going to focus on the programs and initiatives at MSDE that really support those 5 buckets that we've talked about. We're going to highlight increasing access to safe childcare through our regional licensing offices. Also speak to you about how we help to support parents to pay for the cost of childcare. We're also going to talk about the Infant and Early Childhood Mental Health Consultation Project as well, and state and local early childhood advisory councils, and just how we're helping to keep Maryland's families engaged. So when we talk about increasing access to safe childcare, it is licensed and regulated. And it's extremely important, and it is a priority of this agency to make sure that students and families feel like they're safe. The licensing branch and the 13 regional offices, they oversee, as I mentioned, the licensing, but also relicensing, lots of L's, or child care facilities. They monitor programs to make sure they're following the regulations. They investigate complaints or illegally operating child cares. They take enforcement action if there's serious health and safety violations, and they also help child care programs to meet the standards of all the regulations. So it's great that we have dedicated staff to ensure the children's safety, and sometimes it's very difficult, right? Because if you have to address an issue, you have to close down a center, and then it's helping the parents to find other places. So this is very important to us, but we understand how difficult it can be as well. We wanted to make sure that we address the differences in terms of the access that families can utilize for childcare. So first we have informal childcare, and that's when a friend or a relative or a nanny cares for children. And this could be caring for a child in the family's home or in their own home. They don't receive any compensation for providing the care, and it's also for less than 20 hours per month. A friend or neighbor who occasionally babysits your child in her home for short periods is exempt from any regulations. When the care is provided less than 20 hours per month, again, they're not required to follow any of the regulations, but we do allow informal providers who are relatives taking care of children for longer periods of time to also apply for this child care scholarship payment that we provide. And once they receive those scholarships, then they are regulated by our office. When we move to formal child care, that includes child care centers and family child care homes that must be licensed and registered. Persons who are not licensed or registered are illegally operating and are potentially putting children in a potentially dangerous situation. If it's reported to us, we do investigate, we do follow up, and if necessary, we have had to issue cease and desist letters. We know how important childcare is, so we just want to make sure that it is a safe environment for children and families. You'll note on the slide that we have, and when this is posted, we have links to support for families at marylandchild.org or locate childcare to help families find safe and secure childcare settings. Next slide. And we're missing this one. Can you go back one? There it is. Okay. So here at MSDE, we're also working to increase the supply of childcare. We provide the GO-FCC, which is the Growing Opportunities in Family Care. Those are planning and implementation grants to help providers get centers up and running. We also offer other startup grants to providers to help cover the cost of permits, as well as any other of the expenses to help them begin their programs. The licensing specialists in each of the regions help with the startup of the provider, so they provide that one-on-one support so that they can get licensed, and there is not a cost for the providers to get licensed. There are 4 types of child care settings that we regulate, and we're going to show you in a minute some data about what the landscape looks like. But just so you know, we regulate centers, family child care homes, large family child care homes, and then also letters of compliance, which are centers that are like religious settings. So we wanted to paint a picture for you a little bit about how the pandemic has taken a toll on the supply of our child care. So in January of 2020, that was prior to COVID-19 in Maryland, we had about 8,000 child care providers. And then today there are a little over 7,000. As you can see, if you look at the top, it's like a greenish brown line at the top. We have about 7,000 right now. 2/3 are family child care providers, and that's shown by the blue line underneath the total. And then about 1/3 are centers, as shown by the orange line. And just so you know, in order to be identified as a large family child care, there's an average about 12 children, and then for regular family child care, it's about 8 children. Also, over time, in terms of the capacity for child care, if you have fewer providers, then that means fewer places for children to attend, to take their children. Also, please note that some of these providers also provide before and after care for students as well, so the need is great. So as you can see by the top blue line, in January of 2020, there were about 2,000 licensed places for families to access, and then there was a slight decrease to about 189,000 as of March 2022. Right underneath, you'll see the green line, and that shows the number of child care centers, which is close to about 150,000. Followed below that, the yellow line that represents the family child care centers at about 50,000. So this just shows you over time how the capacity for child care has changed since March of 2020 and then during the pandemic. And then looking at our licensed child care providers and how that has declined, about 22% if you look back from 2016 to 2020. Again, as they've declined, Some of the reasons have been because there's been the mandated free kindergarten expansion in schools, the inclusion of full-day pre-kindergarten as well. But also, there's also been some challenges of running a small business. So that has also caused some of our providers to close. So you can see from the blue line, it shows you the change in the total. The total number of licensed child care providers from 2016 was at about 9,169. And then in March 2022, we're about 9,109. So there's also, again, if you continue looking, that slight change with child care centers and letters of compliance and the large family providers. It was important to us to dig a little bit deeper beyond the net number of providers that are operating since the pandemic, and new programs are opening and closing on a regular basis. And we've been trying to be more mindful about that in terms of our support, because it is a lot of work to get these programs up and running and to maintain them. So as Mr. Hicks alluded to, we're trying to do a better job of enhancing our communication and support, because we know that these programs are very beneficial. But just to note, during the pandemic, we had about 800 programs to open, and then new licensed child care center programs have fluctuated, as you can see from the bar graphs, since 2017. Again, we're opening programs, but not at the same rate, and I'll tell you in a few minutes, sort of what the some of the challenges have been in terms of why providers may close or decide to open. And then, as I mentioned, running a facility isn't easy. As we've mentioned, it's a small business. We've lost, just make sure I'm looking at the right slide, about 1,700 programs to closures since the pandemic. Thankfully, we've had a little less than half closed from 2021 to 2021. But any type of closure, as we know, is an impact on families. And so we want to make sure we're doing whatever we can do to make sure these programs are remaining open. Just some of the reasons that we've dug deeper in terms of what's happening with closures and why some may even be voluntary closing. There's retirements from this field. We have an aging workforce. We mentioned again challenges running a small business. The increase in requirements. There have been increase in regulations for these programs to stay open, and there are very tight rules for these programs to continue to operate, so sometimes that's a challenge. In this field, we've seen a lot of resignations. Some providers have moved out of state. Some have decided to return to the workforce once the pandemic was open. And also when parents return to work, sometimes they may start a program because their children are young, and so their children may attend the centers, and then once their children get older or become school age, they decide to close down their centers. So those are some of the reasons that we continue to see programs close. So as I mentioned, customer service is near and dear to our heart, so we continue to talk about how are we getting better. So we provide a variety of supports along with our partners to make sure that we can assist them in finding childcare. We utilize a service called a referral specialist through Locate Childcare, or our online system. There are support for families who need language support. We have many programs where they support multilingual families. So we do provide that service, as well as providing support to providers that may support families with children with disabilities. We also provide inspection reports of programs. They're available online, and it's at checkccmd.org, and that's where parents can look at those reports to see if there are any programs that have closed or open or have any violations. And then we also have a dedicated website at marylandchild.org, or also the marylandexcels.org website, where families can find support. We also hold monthly listening sessions to address concerns of providers, and we also host roundtables in various regions throughout the state, because sometimes the issues are very conducive to one area, not another. So we're trying to make sure that we're doing that more personalized touch in terms of our outreach. Often we do have providers that are unhappy with the violations or the emergency suspension. So we are really trying to work closely to make sure folks are aware and can stay open. We do sometimes also get acknowledgement from staff in these communities about our support. So we received an email from Kiana Davis. She's at the Georgetown Hill Elementary School, Georgetown Hill Early School. And she sent us a note expressing her appreciation for one of our licensing specialists, who I'll call out, Davina Hopkins. She mentioned that Davina is very knowledgeable, responsive, and always happy to help and offer guidance when needed. She's incredibly friendly and always replies quickly, and she said she reaches out to her very often. The childcare field has not been easy to navigate the past couple of years due to the pandemic. However, Davina has helped provide a sense of comfort, even when we receive a non-compliant, but it is very hard. And she's created a relationship where they feel like there's a team between the specialist and the center. And so that's the type of customer service that we want to provide, even in situations that are not always the best comfortable, getting to that more personalized sense. So I'm going to stop here to see if there are any questions for myself or Mr. Hicks or Mr. Chaudhary.
Let's start first on virtual. Ms. Howley?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
And then, let's see, Dr. Getty, did you have questions? Yes, please.
Yes. On page 17 on the slide, it mentions a nanny. Can you just clarify, if I was a mom who hired an au pair to live in my home or hired a nanny to come in full-time, what does the state of Maryland say about that?
We don't regulate that. If they're your child in your own home, we don't regulate that kind of childcare.
Okay, thanks.
Ms. Morrow, did you have a question?
No questions.
Okay. Here, thank you, in the boardroom. A question I have is just around the program closure. So we see that people retiring, that's a personal decision, but things like challenges of running a small business, increased requirements, do we provide or direct them to where they can get additional resources to support them on topics like that? Small businesses are hard anyway. Most of them close in about 5 years anyway.
They are, yes. So at the last month's meeting, we talked about the resource and referral network. Those networks, which have locations as well as satellites across the state, provide support for the child care programs, professional learning, but also training in business services. We're also looking closely into expanding some of the shared services that we have through those resource and referral networks. We are providing that training at no cost to the provider. We also have quality assurance specialists. These are working through Maryland Excels, the quality improvement system that we have in Maryland, which we talked about last time as well. Those programs help those individuals that are part of our staff help programs throughout the state to improve the quality of their programs, but also help them with the business training as well.
Okay. Last question, just around with the blueprint and what the blueprint is doing, is that going to put additional pressure on these child care providers?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no sugarcoating that. So raising the bar for quality means more expectations, right? And in order to get increased funding, the way the blueprint was built is you have to level up. So you gotta level up in terms of your credentialing, degree, and all of those things as well as move up on Excel's, our quality rating system. And so that pressure is there. I mean, the Child Care Association community has also called that out. So the question is, how do you pull that off? I mean, we're not the only ones in the country that has decided to pursue this. Our neighbors in DC have started this before Maryland in terms of pushing towards quality and also bringing a more universal care. And, you know, there's a lot of lessons learned. I think I'm very conscious of that. You know, we also have school systems where instructional assistants need to also level up. And so all of this we need to really get right. And so this is an ongoing conversation, as well as potential refinements in implementation. And I say that loud and clear, so, you know, both the AIB as well as the legislator can hear this out loud and how we do this. It's going to take patience and phasing in over time, right? You want to raise the quality bar, but, you know, you can't necessarily do quality if your retention is not good, right? If you're not keeping people. And so all of those things will be a big challenge, and we're up for the challenge, but and we have a lot of people vested in this, but there will have to be some refinements in implementation and a lot of patience and support all along the way. Yeah.
Jim Sumter, and then Ms. Chang.
I just want to thank you for saying that, because whether they're in a private or a public, we need them to be prepared when they come into school. Otherwise, we're cutting the child short, and when they deserve better. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Chang?
you. Yeah, I do have one kind of thought about, are we looking at what's the number for parents needing safe childcare or early childcare, like a waiting list? Because I heard across the board, you know, many companies and anywhere you look, they have position open, but no applicants or very low applicants. They cannot find any people to kind of fill out those positions. And I know maybe, you know, what's the sense that people really want to return back to workforce, but because they cannot find appropriate childcare.
So the next section is going to be about helping parents pay for childcare, but we'll also talk about just what the landscape looks like. Now, we don't regulate wait lists, right? And now, one of our recommendations in a report talks about something called unified enrollment, and really having an organization that can essentially serve as a quarterback to make sure families have their options, and you are essentially ranking option 1, 2, and 3. Obviously, you would hope for 1, but you would be more than fine with option 2 and 3. Like, that requires a highly technical and coordinated system. Like, that's a system we used in San Antonio, for example, to run our school choice system, right? Not everyone can get into that one single school. You could try to expand seats, but they can only take so many. And then we have deserts, right? And places where there aren't enough. So they'll talk a little bit more about that, but that is something that we're looking at. I've also asked the team, like with our grant making, I want us to get more, like, prioritize places where if we can replicate or scale seats, or places where there's nothing at all, right? And or is a desert in terms of childcare. And so, yes, to your question, it's not always the case, though. You can take, because we don't regulate wait lists, there isn't like a statewide, you know, shooting up to wait list, but one might be a very popular center. What we can do, I mean, we could think of different ways. Can that center expand its seats? Or what can we do to refer those families on the wait list to other options that they should find equally as good? So, yeah. Did I miss anything on that?
No, I think that's good.
I just wanted to echo, I think the theme that we're hearing here is this partnership is really, really important. And this is why having voices in the field talk at the end is important, because we need to make sure we're utilizing the voice of those in the field to help us make these decisions, not what we think we do. So we keep talking about customer service. It really is what we've been working on here, because in order to get this right, we need to have the people who are experiencing this on a regular day help to inform the decisions that are made, so.
Were there any other questions? Okay, great. Our next section is regarding helping parents pay for the cost of childcare. So great segue. Thank you for that. And in this area, we do know the number of children that are participating, and we have close contacts with the families and the children, and we have that data. And there are no waiting lists currently for any children that would want, or families that would want, a scholarship for their child. The pandemic has shown a huge spotlight on childcare and the importance of it to our economy. It's also brought to the forefront something I don't have to tell parents with young children about: the high cost of childcare. In Baltimore City, the average cost of infant care in a center is $255 per week. That's about $13,260 a year, twice that of a public university here in Maryland. In Montgomery and Howard counties, the most expensive regions we have, it's even higher, $421 a week, or $21,892 a year. For most families, this is a real challenge and a huge percent of their income. Next slide.
It ain't cheap.
Eligible families in Maryland can apply and receive child care scholarships to cover part of their child care costs. The voucher shows that they receive, the voucher shows the scholarship rate, that's the part of the child care cost that the state is paying for the family to receive child care for their child, and the family co-payment, that's the amount that the family is required to pay according to federal regulation and our COMAR. Parents may still need to pay an additional amount, however, and that's the difference between the tuition charged and the sum of the scholarship and the parent copay to cover the tuition charged actually by the provider for any family. Families take the scholarship or the voucher that they get to a child care provider that participates in the Maryland Excels program. All providers participating in the scholarship program must also participate in Maryland Excels. The scholarship is a signed agreement between the state, the provider, and the parent. The scholarship is returned to our vendor, Child Care Scholarship Central 2, for processing. And then the family is responsible for paying the assigned co-payment directly to their child care provider. Once the child begins care, the child care provider submits an invoice for payment to Child Care Scholarship Central 2 and is then reimbursed for the scholarship portion of the payment by the state. The ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act funds, are going to help parents access scholarships and increase the value of them. We're planning to lower, actually, we did it yesterday, we have lowered the threshold of income eligibility to 75% of state median income. That's about $90,033 for a family of four, and that's reduced from 65% limit of state median income. The value of the scholarships has also increased, and we also did that yesterday. We increased the value of the scholarship from the 60th percentile of the market rate survey, and you probably remember that bill passing a few years ago where we increased to the 30th percentile, and then it was going to be to the 45th percentile, but we went straight to the 60th percentile because of a new bill and law that was passed, and now we are going to the 70th percentile. That means that the value of those scholarships that parents take to a provider will be worth even more. We are also eliminating or just reducing significantly that mandatory parent copay that I mentioned. So for many families, essentially now in Maryland, child care is going to be at no cost, just like public education is offered for older children. Next slide. When income eligibility increases, as it has, we're going to estimate that additional 25,000 or so families will become eligible for the child care scholarships. And of those newly eligible families, about 6.4% are going to actually enroll in the scholarship program. As we mentioned, there are a lot of other alternatives. There's for 3 and 4-year-olds, there's pre-K as we expand it that we talked about earlier. There's also other options that families have moved to, especially during the pandemic. Sometimes a parent is working at home now and they can take care of their own children, or sometimes another parent decides to stay at home. Not all parents choose childcare since they have other options. Another option is Head Start, the federally funded program that we talked about just a moment ago. Next slide. All right. This is a heat map showing all of the 24 Maryland jurisdictions and the population of children participating in the Child Care Scholarship Program with a relative sized pie chart. We can see the larger districts have a larger proportion of children from low-income families in the program, like Prince George's County, Baltimore, Montgomery counties, and Baltimore City. Wicomico also has a relatively high number of children in the program compared to its neighboring counties due to the high poverty level in that jurisdiction. Next slide. Most of the children, this graph shows the number of children participating in the Child Care Scholarship Program from 2011 to 2022. 4 groups are represented here by the various lines. There's the children from families receiving temporary cash assistance, or TCA, and children receiving transitional child care assistance, TCC, and then the other children, which are all other children. And so we monitor this data to see the trends and to forecast what will happen in our scholarship program every month. The pandemic has resulted in a decline in the number of children participating in the Child Care Scholarship Program from approximately 20,000 pre-pandemic to approximately 15,000 today, a 25% drop. As you recall, we saw this large drop, a similar drop in pre-K in the first year of the pandemic. Parents have not all returned to childcare yet. They're still wary with the different variation of the virus, but also some of their lifestyles have changed, as we discussed a moment ago, with some parents caring for children. We also have an issue that was kind of touched on a moment ago, in that our childcare programs are having difficulty, as many businesses are, in hiring. So it's hard to find teachers. They may have the space to serve families. They may have the families to take advantage of those childcare slots, but they don't have the staff yet to be able to support those programs and the ratios required. All right, next slide. Most of the children served in this Child Care Scholarship Program are aged 2 and above. Infant care is very, very expensive and difficult for providers to make work as a business model because of those high costs. So there's a scarcity of spaces for infants. Some of the programs that we're working on are going to incentivize that and try to help expand infant and toddler slots, because we know it is such a great need. Next slide. About 3/4 of the families participating in the Child Care Scholarship Program are African American, and about 1/5 are white. Hispanics are disproportionately underserved, which is something that we're working on to change, to make sure that all families understand this opportunity. So we're working with the Maryland Latino Child Care Association to provide a series of webinars to both inform providers who may be speakers of another language besides English of the different opportunities, including the scholarship program, and also families in understanding that they can now and have this access to support for tuition for childcare. Next. Most of the scholarships are used at child care centers. Family child care home providers account for about 1/5 of the participants. Remember, as Dr. Collins mentioned, the family child care providers have a limit of 8 children, and the large family have a limit of 12. So the centers can obviously serve a lot more children, and therefore take a lot more of the scholarships. As a reminder, the letter of compliance providers are religious-based programs. So when you see LOC, that's what that's standing for, or letter of compliance. Informal providers here in the scholarship area are those friend or relative provider care that provides the care in the child's home, not in another place, or a relative caring for the child in the relative's home. Informal providers receiving scholarship funds must be registered with MSD, and as Dr. Collins mentioned, they are registered and we do keep a track of them. Next slide. Here are the numbers of children receiving the vouchers or the scholarships by jurisdiction. So I know a lot of you represent or live in different jurisdictions that you're very fond of and concerned about. So you can see the use of the scholarships in the program, and a lot of it correlates with the size and population of those jurisdictions. Next slide. Over the last 6 months, as more providers reopen and more parents return to work, MSDE has worked to improve the customer service to families and providers. There is a new video that walks parents through the scholarship application process, step by step. That's also available in Spanish. And we have many stories where our team helps parents with not only securing a child care scholarship, but making sure they are successful in obtaining that. And also other services that help the family and children thrive. As an example, a single mother with a protective order against the absent father was recently struggling to pay child care. The child care provider contacted the child care scholarship program about the case. We coordinated with the local Department of Social Services and are helping the parent to secure future housing, which really isn't even something we oversee. But we also made a referral so that parent could secure food benefits or SNAP and Medicaid insurance through Medicaid. And the mother was also issued a 52-week scholarship for the child. When we issue our scholarships, there's for 52 weeks. So we don't want to have a disruption in that child's care during that time. After a year, there is a renewal process so they can extend for another year. In response to some providers improperly submitting their invoices for scholarship services, causing a delay in payments, a new video was created to help providers properly complete their invoices, and we have worked together with our sister agency, the Comptroller's Office, to reduce the processing time of those invoices that are sent in, so providers can get their funds more timely. In order to meet our federal and state auditing requirements, we conduct a random attendance verification of participating providers each pay period. A provider recently called to thank MSDE for taking the time to provide a training on the attendance verification process and for giving the providers the opportunity to submit outstanding attendance sheets. This is part of our auditing and fiduciary responsibility. As a result of the webinar and additional technical supports providing the staff within the Child Care Scholarship branch, she has a clear understanding of all the requirements surrounding verification for program accountability. Another provider from a child care program on the Eastern Shore called to thank MSDE for the changes within the Child Care Scholarship program, changes that have allowed 3 of her families to attend their program that would have not been able to afford her weekly tuition. The child care program wanted to know if the Child Care Scholarship program could refer more families to their early care and educational program. We recently received an email from a provider also stating, "I want to thank and I'm very impressed with the new vendor that is running the show for the scholarship program." We recently changed to a new vendor. As you can see, the program is critical in supporting the success of many of the programs in the blueprint. Next slide. The Head Start Reauthorization Act, am I around the right? Sorry about that. All right, the pandemic has had a traumatic effect on our children, as we all know. One important resource at MSDE is the Infant Early Childhood Mental Health Consultation Project that I mentioned a moment ago. This project promotes positive and social emotional wellness practices in early childhood settings, identifies and works proactively with children who may have developmental, social, emotional, or behavioral concerns, refers children and services in need of more intensive mental health services to appropriate services and support clinics, helps children remain in stable, quality child care arrangements that support their individual needs, increases teacher confidence and competence in dealing with challenging behaviors through training, coaching, and mentoring, and also builds close relationships and local community resources, making sure that Judy Centers, Head Start Centers, health departments, Child Find, Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program, preschool education, special education, and private consultation providers are all connected. Next slide. All right, the Head Start Reauthorization Act at the federal level required each state to establish a state early childhood advisory council to bring together childcare, schools, and community organizations so they could build and sustain a coordinated early childhood system. Maryland set up their state advisory council, but not only that, using early learning challenge funds, went farther and supported the creation of 24 local councils to coordinate efforts in the local child care ecosystems within each jurisdiction. And we continue to support them through funding each year. Next slide. The Maryland Families Engage website that we have is designed to help build a community of support for families and those who care and work for young children. The database of resources contains links for child development, family engagement initiatives, news, events, and research. Maryland's Early Childhood Family Engagement Framework, which is electronic on our website and also can be downloaded, is designed to be a guide for programs and providers to increase the availability and quality of family engagement for all families with young children in Maryland. The Family Engagement Toolkit, which is a complement to the framework, is designed to support early care and education providers as they implement the framework's goals and strategies. We usually have an annual summit that brings practitioners and families together each year to share best practices. Now I'm going to pass it back to Dr. Collins to close us out.
Thank you, Stephen. So we want to close our presentation by sharing a little bit about MSDE's response to families and child care providers during the pandemic, and also our efforts to stabilize the child care system and to rebuild the system. So during the 48 hours after March 27, 2020, when child care programs closed, licensing specialists across the state certified 2,258 family, home, and center-based child care providers on the new COVID-19 health and safety guidance and restrictions so that they could open safely. And so that is very, very commendable. It was an extraordinary effort to ensure that as many providers could reopen their businesses and that parents would have access to quality child care, especially the essential personnel that had to go into work day to day. On March 30th, that meant that only 29% of programs were operating and serving children. Many providers in Maryland provided free child care for thousands of young children and school-age students, deploying our current child care providers and trusted partners like the YMCA, recreation centers, and Boys and Girls Clubs. So again, through a collective effort, there was a concerted effort to make sure these services could be available to families that were in need. 2 years ago, after the pandemic shut down, a third of our child care providers, thanks to the continued dedication of our licensing specialists and the perseverance of our providers, we now have 98% of our programs that are operating and serving children. As you can see from the chart here, we have some jurisdictions that have 100% of child care providers that have reopened, while nearly others are back and we consider them almost fully operating. Again, some child care providers, as we have mentioned before, decided not to reopen, but have held on to their registration in case they decide to return to the field. Unfortunately, actual enrollment in centers and family child care homes is still low compared to the pre-pandemic levels, and not at the capacity for the number of children they can and need to serve to sustain their businesses and keep the doors open. But we're just hoping that these federal and state investments that are so critical will help to change what we're seeing in terms of the child care community. We also wanted to make sure that you were aware that Maryland has received over $670 million in federal assistance to support families and child care providers during the pandemic. $350 million of this has been made in direct grants to child care providers so that they can reopen and operate safely and to stay open. There will also be another round of grants, as Stephen mentioned, stabilization grants using state funds to help providers to stay open and provide this resource for families. So, again, as we like to say, how are we getting better? During the pandemic, we updated the list of open and operating providers daily. There were weekly sessions help with child care providers, informing them of the changes in the health and safety restrictions, and also to answer any questions or concerns that they had. In the 3 grant opportunities for child care relief and stabilization, we used a streamlined application. We held multiple technical assistance sessions, and we also provided a call center helpline and customer service inquiry form so that we can respond to inquiries very much sooner, especially any issues that providers may have had with payments. Recently, we had a provider contact our office to thank our Director of Child Care for the increased communication between MSDE and the child care community now, but also especially during the pandemic. Also, the child care licensing sessions that we've continued to have really been informative for the provider and the child care community. We still have a great deal of work to do, but we are really grateful for the partnerships and the relationships, along with the collaboration that we've invested in and have seen with our child care community to stabilize and continue to rebuild the community. So, what's next? We wanted to share with you another project that's on the horizon for where we are leveraging our preschool development grant funds, birth to age 5, and also our American Rescue Plan funds. For the last 2 years, we've been in the planning stage of a new early learning child data system with enhanced features to support our accountability and to provide better customer service experiences for our families and providers. There is a request for proposal that is still out and posted, and we're hoping to receive some bids shortly, within the next month or so. So now we want to transition to hearing some voices from the field. We'll give our tech folks a few minutes to set that up.
While they're doing that, why don't we just take a quick 10-minute break? And then when we come back, we will be prepared to hear that and then ask any final questions that you may have.
Thank you.
I think we successfully destroyed the lead in time we had. Sorry. Okay, do we have everybody? Perfect.
Okay.
Do we
So
want to?
Give us 10 minutes. We normally want 5.
Huh?
He's doing a 10-minute break.
Okay, 10-minute break, right?
Yeah,
But do we want to talk to them? Or
We can, sure. But
bring
let's
them
keep
on.
it off of.
Okay.
Before I bring it over here, let me.
You're in charge.
I'm in charge. I'm going to speak with John in the back.
Okay.
Make sure we're on mute. So
Okay.
communicating, it's not going out.
All right. Thank you.
75%. Is that 75% for whatever that family value is? So there's a number for the family too.
That's exactly
It's good to know that.
We have a table on our website
Okay.
that shows what it is, the limit for 2, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Perfect, yeah, thank you.
You're on.
Okay. So we are going to reconvene at this time. And we're excited to hear from our guest. I thought this portion was going to be video, but it's live, so we actually have folks here that will talk and be able to answer questions. And again, thank you very much for taking time out of your schedules to meet with us and to share insights. This was very helpful. Mr. Hicks, turn it back to you.
So this is the highlight of our presentation. And as you mentioned, yes, we wanted them live here in person. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to hear from some of our family home child care providers. We're fortunate to have them with us. We have 4 outstanding women from across the state. We have Ruby Daniels, who's a family home child care provider in Howard County, where she runs Daniels Family Daycare. We have Arlene Ennis. She has a small business, Little Creation Family Childcare in Prince George's County. We have Dina Guttridge, who runs the D&D Christian Daycare in Baltimore County. And we have Sonia Odom. She is a proprietor of Sonia's Family Daycare in Anne Arundel County. Please welcome them to our meeting. Good afternoon, ladies. Welcome Ruby, Arlene, Dina, and Sonia.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for your patience. So Stephen and I are going to facilitate to help the audience learn a little bit more about you. So the first question I'll ask is, could each of you tell us how you came to be in the business? So Ruby, we'll start with you, and then I'll call on Arlene, Dina, and Sonia. Just tell us how you came to start in the provider business.
Oh, thank you so much, everyone, and I'm actually honored to be here today and to be recognized as part of the early learning childhood landscape. So I got started back in 1990. I immigrated to the U.S. with my husband, leaving a career in international flight attendant in the Middle East. In 1992, my daughter was born. I searched for quality childcare, but the cost was more than my entry-level salary. So I always value education, and I want to be with my children. So family childcare allowed me to spend time with the children, and at the same time run my own business. Back then, there were less regulatory burden and fewer requirements to start a family childcare program. Family childcare has been a wonderful career for me for nearly 30 years. If I were to do it over again, I would choose the same career path. Thank you so much for having me. I'm keeping it brief. I know everyone's tired, and I do appreciate the invitation to be in this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. Arlene, tell us your story.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and I too am honored to be here today. I was an exhibitor for Science Magazine before becoming a child care practitioner, and I wanted to leave the corporate world to come into a world where I could be an influence. And so therefore it led me to childcare. And I've been a family childcare practitioner since 1996. I wouldn't trade it for anything. I love what I do. And I love my families and all the children that have come through. So I wanted to be able to educate them, to invoke critical thinking into these children, because once you teach these children how to think, the sky is not the limit. So glad, I'm happy with what I do, and this is how I came to be a family child care practitioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Dina, tell us your story. Oh, you're muted, I think. Can you unmute her?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Dina
Rich, I've been licensed about 25 years, and I started doing daycare because when I was young, and I have 3 younger brothers, my parents didn't put us in daycare, and we were basically raising ourselves. I was raising my younger brothers. It was a very unsafe environment for us, and there was no safe place to go. We did go to guidance counselors when we were in school, but nothing changed, and so I wanted to be a positive impact in my community with the young children. And I truly believe that my job here is critical. I serve about 90% of scholarship children. I love my job. I love all my parents. And I've been in the same neighborhood, like I said, 25 years or so. I would not choose anything different. I am looking forward to new beginnings. I'm praying that the future with the pre-K expansion program goes as smoothly as we all would like it to go. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And Sonia?
Yes, good afternoon. Again, I'm honored as well to be selected to join you all today. 29 years ago, I decided to come into child care because I had a pressing problem. I was in the military, and I had to be in formation at 6 in the morning. So I had to pay a person to keep my children from 5 to 7:30 in the morning, and then she would take my children to daycare at 7:30, which didn't open until 7. And when I went to pick my daughters up one day, my daughter's 2-year-old teacher said to me, "Have you ever considered going into the field of child care?" And I was like, "Oh no, I'm a finance administrator. I couldn't do this." And she said, "You never know what you can do until you try." And I don't think she realized until after the fact that she planted a seed in me, because I got home that evening, I think about what she said to me, and I immediately picked up the phone book and I started looking to see what agency handled licensing. And I began my quest that day to become a registered child care provider. Within 45 days, I had my license restriction to service 8 families in child care. I didn't renew my contract in the military. I went in the reserves, and I started servicing military families for extended hours and weekends, because that was a major problem for soldiers. And then I, of course, came to learn how central personnel was having the same problem. So for 29 years, I've been certified for 7 days a week and servicing my families and enjoying what I do.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Ruby, can you tell us why you do what you do? Why are you a family child care home provider?
Thank you so much, Stephen. Most of the family child care providers like myself get into the business because we care for children. I am one of 8 siblings, so I grew up in a big family. I learned by watching and listening to my older siblings study, and I had a happy childhood. Today, we're pushing our kids earlier to learn in life and be competitive, that we forget the whole child. We forget how to raise a happy child. Part of who we are now is a result of our first 5 years in life. In family child care, a child is nurtured in a small home environment. We teach the children how to care, respect, and children learn family chores. With one consistent provider that is socially available to the children at all times. So the family experience is unique in family child care. When you come to family child care, your child and your family becomes part of the whole family. This is why I do what I do. And I would like to invite you to come to and see a family child care. You're welcome to visit the facility at any time. Just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. Sonia, can you tell us about how you use some of the resources and services from MSDE?
Sure. I have a long list, but I'll tell you the ones that are most important and near and dear to me. I've utilized almost every resource MSDE provides. I achieved my AAS and my AAT degrees from Anne Arundel Community College. I'm now a senior at Bowie State University majoring in education. I utilize my grant resources to help my families, because all of my families were affected by the pandemic through loss of employment, furloughs, layoffs, deaths in the family, death for the primary provider for the family. So I've been helping them a lot. I provided Christmas for all of my families, Secret Santa this past year. I purchased upgrade technology so that my virtual learners be able to meet who we meet every day, so no child but miss school. I was able to hire someone to come in to help me with my children, because I had children that had special needs that needed someone to sit with them the whole time on virtual learning, and while I still had my other children. So I was able to afford to have someone to come in. I waived my payments for all of my families and purchased PPE for the daycare, as well as helping my families out with PPE. I have obtained my credentialing level 5, my Maryland Excels level 5. I'm also a nationally accredited provider with the NAFCC, the National Association of Family Child Care. I use the Accreditation Support Fund to get my initial accreditation, as well as maintain my reaccreditation. I am also an observer for the NAFCC, where I go in and I conduct observations of providers so that they can become accredited. And I mentor providers here in the state to encourage them to become accredited. I am also a CDA council professional development specialist, where I go in and do verification visits for providers that are seeking their CDA certification, and I mentor and coach them and encourage them to apply for the CDA funding through MSDE. I also participated in the pre-K expansion program with Family Child Care Association and the Family Child Care Alliance, I'm sorry. And I did the full program for the first year, which was great. I thank you, MSDE. I really appreciate it. My creative curriculum teaching strategies and all the amenities you all provided with that, along with my ELA certification. I refer my families to Maryland Family Network, Child Find, Child Care Aware, Abilities Network, and I use my ASQ3 screening kit that you all provided free of charge a few years ago, and I still, as well as my memberships were paid through the Family Child Care Alliance, and I was still a member. I utilize all of the staff at MSDE, my quality specialist, Sarah Gill, my licensing specialist. She just retired. She was very supportive and encouraging throughout her career with me as my specialist. And one thing I would also like to say is I attend all of workshops and conferences, and the $400 a year for training is great. It's not enough, because I pay a fortune. I attend the NAFCC National Conference, the CEDX Conference, Maryland State Family Child Care Conferences, and so I spend way more than $400 for training, but it's definitely worth it. And I also accept scholarships from my Title I families. Right now, I have 100% Title I families on scholarship. And I love to use the tidbits, and that's the end of my list.
Thanks so much for a short list, Sonia, right? I'm going to turn over to Mr. Cherry. We think he has a question he wants to ask all of you.
Yeah, so Ruby, Arlen, Dina, Sonia, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you guys making the time. If we're going to get the blueprint right, we really have to make sure our family child care providers are excelling. And so, Mike, I have a really simple question, but a complex question. So I want to ask every one of you, what keeps you up at night right now? Like, what are you most concerned about as you run your business, as you look at everything happening with the blueprint? So I'll start with Sonia, and then we'll go Dina, Arlene and Ruby will save you for last but not least.
Sure. I'm most concerned that providers aren't really well versed in what the blueprint entails, and because a lot of them fear that they're going to be run out of business because all providers are being asked to get child care certification and for the P3 certification. And it's not enough time in the day for some providers to go to school full time. So it would take the average provider probably 6 years to obtain a bachelor's degree and pass the practice exam. I was able to achieve the thing that I achieved in the last 2 years during the pandemic because I had a reduced schedule. So I was able to obtain my AAS and my AAT in record time because I had a very scaled back day. But on an average week, we generally work 60 to 70 hours a week. And it's really tough for some providers to get through the week, let alone take on college level classes on a full-time basis and obtain that 4-year degree and that certification. It's really, and they feel like it's really out of their reach, especially if they're not in childcare to become teachers. A lot of providers come into childcare because they just need someone to keep their kids, and childcare is too expensive. Well, in my situation, I came into childcare for that reason, but also because I enjoy teaching children. I enjoy hearing success stories and laying foundations for my children. I didn't have a teaching certification, but my daycare has turned out several doctors and attorneys. So I feel like, it should be, maybe it needs to be explained a little more in depth to the provider that it's a voluntary program, if I'm correct, and that they're not going to be basically forced out of business because they can't get enough children. And that's been what I've been hearing a lot. I talk to a lot of providers. I mentor a lot of providers, and that's one of their biggest concerns is that, hey, when am I going to have time to go and get teaching certification? When am I going to have time to do that and take care of my family? Because it's trying to balance a child care, your family, and self-care. It's not enough time, and again, I am able to do what I did because I had reduced coming going forward, because the way I managed my time, and I still have a reduced schedule now. I'm able to still continue to take my classes, but I'm not taking 12 credits in the next semester because I'll have a full load of kids for the fall. So that's definitely something that really should be considered, because it's not as easy for some people. I like to read, so getting through a class is pretty easy for me, but it's not the same for everyone. So that's my biggest concern.
Thank you. Next person? Arlene?
Oh, okay.
I'm a cold caller, sorry.
Okay. Is it
So what keeps you up at night?
Is it me or her?
It's you.
Okay. Good. Okay. What keeps me up at night is basically what someone was saying. I'm piggybacking off of her. The blueprint for Maryland for providers to be able to become graduates of early childhood education, it's kind of hard for us to do that. We would have to also, when we have to leave our business for 6 months to get our practicum done, that's also a hardship on us. A lot of, like she was saying, a lot of providers are worried that, they may be going out of business because we're coming for our 3-year-olds. But I understand us wanting to progress and to make sure that our children are well educated because Maryland is known for this. But also am concerned about the social emotional piece of this because, children are being put in schools earlier and earlier. And, by the second grade, they have burnout. And then they get labeled because they're, are tired or bored. But I just really think that we need to look at this and look at it closely. I just really think that there needs to be another a pathway for family child care providers to get done. I would rather take a provider that's had 26 years of experience than a kid fresh out of college with a piece of paper that don't know DAP, that don't know developmentally, appropriate practices. So I just think that we really need to take a look at this and make a pathway for family child care providers to be included and also for it to work during the time that they are working because we are experiencing, we do experience long hours. So that's what keeps me up at night.
Thank you.
That there isn't a pathway provided for family child care providers to get in on this. That's just it. I could go on and get on my phone, but I won't.
I appreciate that. And we will find a pathway and we will figure it out. I need that.
We need it.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Let's go to Dina. What keeps you up at night?
Oh, she's on mute.
Unmute. You're muted.
What keeps me up at night would be exactly what Sonia was talking about. The pre-K expansion program. I work 70 hours a week. I work days, weekends, and evenings. I don't hardly have time for my 10 grandchildren, no less go back to school at 53 years old and get an education so that I can have a pre-K program in my home. I'm worried that I have 3 beautiful daughters that do daycare, licensed daycare, took into my footsteps, and they're really putting in the hours. Maryland Excels is a lot of work, but very well worth it. We've got credentialing and accreditation and CDA. That is a lot of policies that we're writing, a lot of things that we are responsible to do in order to get these credentials. They're not that easy to get. It's a lot of hard work. And just working on that alone, when you're a young new provider, it's not easy. And I do feel that if you do not get in with this program with pre-K, you will be left behind because 90% of my children are voucher children. They are going to choose a program that offers 3-year-old education and 4-year education free. They're going to choose that. I'm going to lose out if I don't jump on board. I'm going to jump on board. But I feel for the younger kids that my daughters are just now starting Excel. They're just starting accreditation. They're just starting credentialing. They haven't even begun looking at CDA. I think it all sounds good when we all speak about it and what we want to do. But how we implement it and what we expect from providers who are already wearing many coats. We're not just taking care of kids. We have to know the COVID policies, nutrition policies, behavioral issue policies. We have people coming in for children that are having discipline problems because of COVID, because of parents not divorces and different kinds of families. We're dealing with so much that falls on us as providers, helping parents with all their paperwork, how to do PDF files. We're not supposed to do their paperwork from what I was told. But if I don't help my parents and help them PDF file their paperwork or remind them when they need to turn it in, I have to do these things because they're busy. They have children. They have daycare to get to. They have jobs. They're trying to do their education with their jobs. It's a lot to put on daycare providers to take these extra steps. And if they take these extra steps, I want to know what's going to keep us in our home, why wouldn't we just go to a school and get the benefits of what the school offers? You get your benefits, health benefits, summers off, holidays for all school closings, you're off. I'm going to do this. I'm going to try to jump through the hoops because I've got 5 or 6 more years left doing this job. But I think, and I know you are not going to like hearing this, I just think that you're asking a whole lot of, not all providers, but providers who live in areas that don't have scholarship children, they've got a lot more time on their hands than those of us that have scholarship children. And I'll explain to you why. I have children that have scholarships that come from poverty. They have dirty feet, dirty clothes. They can't find their book bag, or the cat peed on the book bag. They didn't do their homework because mom was too tired and single. These are all the extra steps that providers who have scholarship children, we're dealing with poverty. We're a lot more than just the daycare provider. Now, maybe if I lived in Towson or wherever where there's no scholarship children applying for those daycares, those parents are on top of it. The kids wearing brand new shoes, brand new underwear, brand new clothes. They got nice book bags. They've got all these things at their fingertips. I'm dealing with parents that don't have anything at their fingertips. On their fingertips. I'm going to tell them where to go to find resources to help them find clothes for their kids, or school, jackets, coats, and mittens. Where to get presents at when it's Christmas time. Where are they going to get their presents? Where the best food places are that will give them free quality food. Where they can find formula. Where they can find the WIC center. It's a lot. And to expect parents to expect providers not to jump into this program, if they don't, they're going to lose children to the people that do the program. That's the truth of the matter. It's going to be very difficult. Another thing, you're going to get providers to start the program, right? How long does this program last? Are they going to be able to make it through the whole program without getting burnt out and still be able to give their children that are in their daycare quality care without us being so exhausted, because we're already exhausted? I've got my Maryland Excels, my credentials, my CDA. I'm waiting on my accreditation observation. It's been almost 8 weeks. I haven't heard anything from them. Can't call or contact anyone. I'm just a little discouraged. I understand keeping kids safe and keeping kids educated. But what you're putting on top of us is a 10-hour to 12-hour workday. And it doesn't end at that. A parent will call you at an hour or two later. When did she eat last? She has diarrhea. Did she have too much fruit? The day doesn't end just because it's 5 o'clock or 5:30. How am I supposed to go back to school? I only graduated, so that means I got to go and take the English, the math, and all that just to qualify to even go into college. I don't know these things. Okay? I started doing daycare at 28 because I had a really bad childhood and there was nobody for me to reach out to, or my brothers. So in my community, I'm that person. You can count on me to be your advocate. I'm going to be there for you, no matter how many feathers get ruffled, whether people don't like what we have to say or not. The truth of the matter is, daycare providers, we're up to here, like you can see, like up to here. So I agree, and it all sounds good on paper, and it sounds good on your slides, but you're going to burn out more providers, and they're going to quit. You've got brand new providers who don't have any clue about Maryland Excels, credential, accreditation, because they're new. When they try to even apply, and Sonia will tell you, they're so discouraged. I just want to be a level 1. I'm not going any further. I don't want to do this. This is terrible. I didn't go to college. How can I write a transition plan? What is a policy plan? I need help writing up a curriculum. I'm lost. This is what we mentor other providers, and it's overwhelming for us because we want to see everybody succeed in this business, all of our fellow providers. We want to help them. We don't want to leave them behind. But there's only so much that we can do. We need hubs in schools, at recreation centers. If you can have sign up for recreation centers for softball, baseball, soccer, why not have an advocate there for the scholarship program? That is just as important as your child playing sports. We need some hubs to get some information out with the scholarships. My parents don't know what they're doing or how to even, I'm not eligible. I'm like, you are eligible. Let me just show you. Let me help you. Again, one of my many coats that I'm wearing. I think that everything sounds great on paper, but I think you're going to lose the older providers because we are not as educated as we would like to be. And then the younger providers, I think you're going to overwhelm them. By the time they get halfway through your program that you've invested this money in, they're not going to make it. Are you going to make them pay the money back? Because you put too much pressure on them. I had an inspection yesterday, unannounced inspection, 2.5 hours. He was at my home while I had 8 daycare kids sitting at the table when she walked in, going over our valves and doing our hooked on phonics. It took her 2.5 hours. I think that you're putting too much on providers. I think I would like for all the board meeting members, have you all looked at the Maryland Excels program, what we have to do to reach a level 5, what we have to do to reach a level 5 in credentialing, and what we have to do to reach a level 5 in accreditation. Do any of you know the answers to that? It's a lot of work. You get denied, you have to redo it again. You have to do it again. You have to do it again. And then you're asking providers for help. I would like you all to look into what it takes to get Maryland Excel, what you have to do, as well as credentialing, as well as accreditation, as well as a CDA. And then tell me you want these daycare providers to also go to school to do the pre-K expansion program. Are there any questions for me? Because I think I've said enough.
No. Dina, we're going to talk more.
That sounds great.
I got you. It sounds nice on paper. I will be the first one to say that.
All the quotes of how many daycares are open and closed and money this and money that and getting paid on time and not getting paid on time. You know, one of the major, and Sonia will tell you because we're in one of the groups, one of the main reasons people don't want to do this program is because they cannot even get paid on time with their scholarship money. Why do they want to take the chance on doing this and not getting paid on time? We have bills, we have credit, we have retirement homes we're paying for. And it's scholarships, like you're saying what you're saying, but if you get on my page, I can show you many providers that are having problems. Am I one of those providers? I have been. I'm not today, and I thank God for it. But a lot of providers don't want to do this program and get paid by the state because they're tired of dealing with the state. Sorry if that ruffles feathers, but that's the God's honest truth. If you really want to hear from the providers, that's what they're saying. That's the truth.
That's why you are in a live board meeting right now, having the forum to be able to tell it like it is. And I told the team, that's why I asked you that question. So we are still in the early stages of implementation, and nothing is set in stone. I will commit to working with you guys to get it right. Now, we got to get something right ultimately implemented. So what does that look like? I don't have that answer for you right now. I know what the blueprint says, but I can tell you, I will be the first to say the expectation of requiring providers to level up while at the same time do all of that on a 70-hour day is probably unrealistic.
Excuse me. But also to be even able to jump into this program, we have to have Maryland Excels, credentialed, accredited, CDA, right? We have to have these things under our belt. New providers don't have any of that. Old providers that don't even know how to log on like I used to be didn't have all that. I've only done it in the last 6 months. And like Sonia, I worked early mornings and late nights. I did not have a 30-hour work week. It's still 70 hours. Get up extra early. When you can't sleep at night, you turn things in and you do more work. You wake up in the morning hoping it's approved, but it's not, or it is, and you're on to the next one. I really want the board to really look into what it takes to get excelled, credentialed, accredited, and a CDA without going to college. You're talking about daycare providers that have no college background. And then you tell me how well your blueprint plan's going to work. Sorry, but I think you're going to invest money into a program that's ahead of its time. Let's get the Excels done, credentialing done, accreditation. Let's get 50% of providers done that. Because you need to do that to be in this program. right?
I will end this so I can go to Ruby. Dina, can we at least commit to, I'll commit to reassessing how Excel's looks like. And right now we are in the middle of reassessing that, right? I believe that you and I are on the same page of something like Excel should not exist. The question is, what does it look like to move up the levels and how much of a burden it is in the process. So let's keep talking on how we can make it a more efficient process while also ensuring the quality of care. I think that's the commitment that I'll give to you. I don't have the answers for you right now.
It's very efficient. There's a toolkit. It's very efficient. There is a toolkit you have to follow. What I'm trying to tell you, though, is that we didn't go to college. We're writing transition plans. We're writing policy plans. So, of course, we do it the first time. Nope, that's not right. Go back to your toolkit. Go back to your toolkit. It takes time. They're not giving you the answers. This has to come from you, someone with no college experience. I love the Maryland Excels. I think it's great. What I learned was amazing. And you can't skip on that stuff. Because how are they going to do the pre-K expansion program if you don't make them work for the Maryland Excels, work for that credentialing, work for that accreditation, work for that CDA? That's nothing compared to what you want us to do with the pre-K expansion program. So if they can't even do Maryland Excels, credentialing, and all that, then what's the point of the blueprint?
Got it. But what I'm hearing loud and clear from you, just so we can get to Ruby, what I'm hearing loud and clear from you, there are improvements that we need to make and changes we need to make, and Blueprint, as envisioned, needs to be reassessed because it sounds nice on paper. And I'll be the first to say that we're not going to follow through exactly how it says on paper. Just like any law, it needs to be reassessed. And we're still at the beginning stages. And so before we go any further down the line, and like you said, you're going to have a bunch of people who start and are not able to finish. Let's not go ahead and create the reality that we're already prophesizing. And so I hear you loud and clear. And I appreciate you just keeping it real and being honest, and the board hears you loud and clear. With that, can I go to Ruby?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chaudhry. I do appreciate you taking the time to listen to us. My colleagues has already mentioned a lot of the things that keep me up at night. But what keeps me up more is the barriers to participation for family child care, such as the bachelor's, the teaching certification, qualified students, most of the time we don't have the 4-year-old, and at the same time the assistant, so currently there's only a few of us that can qualify because there's very few that have a bachelor's, especially a teaching certification. So with the teaching certification, if we pursue it now, a big problem is us getting that internship, the field experience for 5 months that we have to go through in our K-12 public school. I mean, that we cannot close our business for 5 months. What's going to happen to the children in our care? And, so we have to consider, I would like to partner with MSDE to look at the wording on the COMAR that allows non-public nursery to intern in place, because currently it says that it can't be done in a residential setting, which we are in a residential setting. Another thing that I think we want MSDE to look at is alternative pathways for us to participate. And I think the quickest way would be to partner with the local public school. I know it's difficult for MSD to do this and the board because each county, each jurisdiction has their own mind and their own curriculum. So I think it's best if they can provide a P3 teacher to be a community, to oversee the programs in the community. And I mean, we're willing to give some of what we get, a critical thing to pay for this teacher that the public school can provide for us. And at the same time, we will have the same curriculum as the public school where the children would go to, so it would be a seamless transition. I mean, there's a lot of ways we can do this. We can do it today. So you can see, so you can help us out. You know, we can do it we can courses that specifically train us how to teach your children specific courses. You know, I know some states are doing that.
So I hear you correctly. Are you, so this reminds me of a model that during my time in Texas in Dallas. So are you saying having teachers who are employed by the school system or partnered with the provider and having that teacher work at the provider setting and being able to share curriculum and share professional development and share costs in that regards? Is that what you're saying? I want to make sure I heard you loud and clear.
Yeah, I mean, we can even do it virtually. We can even join the class.
I am with you 110% on that. The report we published in the fall called out that model. We don't have enough of those, and so it's upon MSDE to create the conditions to incentivize models like that. I am well aware of that model. It's something we did when I was in Dallas, and you bring more consistency and you bring a lot more partnerships rather than competition. So thank you for putting that out there. Is there anything else you would like to share as we wrap up?
Yeah, well, just the continued decline. I'm just worried that a lot of the providers, if they decide to do the pre-K, they might give up the infant and toddler spots. I'm worried about where the infant and toddler is going to go. You know, we need safe place for the young students, and I think that's part of what we do, especially as family childcare. So we want to keep both components. Those are the two things that's keeping me awake at night. And I do appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I want to thank the four of you. This is why this is one of my favorite questions, because we have discussed at the MSD, but you have made it very real, loud and clear that there needs to be more flexibility. There needs to be more thought into. It sounds great in terms of what Blueprint's seeking to do. We all agree around the ideas, but how you do it, right? New policies, new problems. Often, like I like to say, and one of the key things is going to be flexibility. It's going to be support. It's going to be being able to figure out, how do providers, on top of everything else they do, meet these requirements, right? Which is going to require flexibility, which is going to require support. And by support, I don't mean like cheering you on. I mean financial as well as human capital support as well. So I hear you loud and clear, and I commit to designing with you rather than designing something without being completely not clear on that. I mean, it looks like I already have 4 members right here to start a work group around how to get some of this stuff right. I can't say everyone will agree with me out in the world, but I think MSDE, can definitely use its stance to be able to get this right. So thank you guys so much. And with that, I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just want to half of the board, I think this was incredibly enlightening. You've given us a lot of things to think about, and we appreciate your candor and your passion, and let us continue to work together on it. But again, thank you so very, very much for sharing candidly things that are going well and things where there's some opportunity to make some improvement. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so we got 3 items left on the agenda. One is a data deep dive. I do want to do this data deep dive because it's very important for you to see this data around. I think Jean has her hand up. You want
Jean, I'm sorry. Yes, please, Jean.
Thank you. It was a really moving presentation. Thank you so much for having the providers join us because that was very powerful. One of the questions I have when you have such senior experienced daycare providers come before us and their point that they made about how much they know because of their years of service, do we have any consideration or plans to consider prior learning, how we could assess prior learning and give providers credit for that learning?
So the blueprint right now does not. But, we do have to look at what statute says. Does not mean statute is etched in, a rock forever. Every spring is an opportunity to make things better, as I often say. And so, however, the industry of work, and you may have seen this, Maryland is one of the states. The governor has done a partnership around it. I've asked Krishna to begin to look at this, even for our own roles in MSD, is looking at non-traditional experiences that are not just a piece of paper from a 4-year or a 2-year and what that looks like. And so the governor, not too long ago, a few months ago, announced a partnership. It's a national movement to open up jobs that traditionally required a 4-year degree or even like a 2-year, to look at if they worked for multiple years in an industry, then how can you validate that experience and allow them to still apply for that job. So I have Krishna right now looking at which jobs I can bring more flexibility to in the agency, so I can bring talent in. I think that type of thinking can also apply like this on the ground. Now, you got to have a mechanism to do that. Just saying like, hey, I did 20 years, so therefore I am, right? There has to be something around that. Right now, it's not designed to do that. Like, the blueprint's not designed to do that in terms of what they mean. They literally mean the credential and the certificate in terms of how teachers earn them in our K-12 system. So I think it's a valid point. It's something to look at. And like I said, you heard Dina loud and clear, all the things that they have to do. So flexibility is going to be key.
The one thing I would add is we can learn something from our higher education partners in that there's all kinds of moves in higher education around competency-based learning. And so it's not that you just take years of service and say, okay, the person knows. You actually provide an assessment. And you're able to quantify that they actually have these skills through their years of experience. So it's something that's changing in higher ed, and it would be nice to have the adoption curve move down into our domain, but there's a lot of lessons learned already for this being applied in other industries.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Sally? Yes.
Okay, so we have 3 presentations. One is our COVID update, so I'm just going to go ahead and say if there's anything you guys would like to know specifically from that presentation, let us know. If not, you have the data and information. We don't have to give that presentation. Are you guys okay with that?
The only thing I would just say, Superintendent, is just to remind everyone of our resolution from last year, which is safe in-person learning, and that's what we need to figure out as a state, how to continue to do that in the current situation. And should there be, as some are projecting, a surge in the fall, we're not going back to virtual. We have more tools available. We have vaccines, we have medical treatments, we have the protocols from last year, but to just, again, as a state, to again restate our position, in-person, safe learning.
Yes, cases are rising. You are seeing me wear a mask today, just to be extra careful with precious 3-month-old in my house and such. And so, what you're seeing is, and you'll see in the data, is, this variant is less, in terms of health impact, less impactful, has a less negative impact than our other variations, but it is more contagious. And so, we are seeing it both, everywhere from the department to in our local school systems and such. So quarantine protocols and all of those things are still active and live. MDH continue to provide testing opportunities, right? But in an environment that has shifted to, right, like if you're sick, stay home or test at home, right? The data gets a little, it's all self-reported, right, versus standing in an assembly line and taking a test at a school site. But we also know that burden on school systems and what that's been like. But overall, our schools, there's no school that has had to close. We have not had, an outbreak at the levels that we have seen. But at the same time, we do have cases rising. It's that Maryland still continues to be in great shape on the new CDC framework and standard. Vaccination rates continue. People are sitting on pins and needles for the younger children. I think I saw something, it might come out soon. And so, but overall, we continue to monitor that. Our school systems continue to ensure that it's tracked. We get that data. But, I think the one thing that I often think about is if there was an immense surge and it required certain shifts, right, what would that look like, right, especially on the testing front? I know on our school system front, just to put that atmosphere of testing back on them would be very hard. So I would hope that, we are able to think of that in a different way at the state level and as a country. So that's what I would share. Anyone else need anything else from that presentation? Okay. With that, I'll bring Chandra up to talk about our data deep dive, which is the Maryland State Report Card, and as part of our ESSA plan with the Federal Education Department, one of the things we are expected to do is to track educator qualifications. And that ultimately comes down to certifications and years of experience. And so we have an update on that data that will be uploaded soon. So we've been releasing data in different batches throughout the school year, especially in the spring. So this is one of those essentially data releases. And then after this, we will do the legislative update, and we're done in terms of presentation. With that, Chandra.
Thank you. Mr. Chaudhary, state board members.
So today, the topic, the outline for today is a brief review about educator qualification data, taking a look at statewide data, and then we're going to do a deeper dive into educator qualifications by poverty, students of color, and then I'll show you where you can find the data that is currently live. So first off, the educator qualifications, we look specifically at inexperienced teachers, teachers teaching with emergency and provisional credentials, and out-of-field teachers. This slide provides the definitions. The educators look specifically at teachers, principals, assistant principals, and other school leaders. The inexperienced teachers and educators is those that have 3 years or less of experience. Teachers teaching with emergency and provisional credentials are those with a certificate that is issued only to an applicant employed in and an LEA who does not meet all professional certification requirements. Out-of-field teachers are those teaching in a subject they are not certified to teach. So why does educator qualification data matters? Among public school teachers with that 1 to 3 years of experience, 80% stay in their school, 13% move to another school, and 7% do drop out and leave the teaching profession. Teachers are nearly twice as likely to exit those high poverty schools compared to the more affluent schools, which results in children from low income families more likely to be taught by a novice teacher. Teachers are more likely to remain in schools at a higher concentration of white students, which results in high poverty, high minority schools tending to have higher rates of attrition. Because of the importance of this data, just to ensure that our students are receiving high quality teachers, the Every Student Succeeds Act did put in place that states are required to report annually whether those low income and minority students are taught disproportionately. So why education qualification data matters in Maryland? When you are looking at school level data, the inexperienced teachers do have an impact on the performance outcomes of students. Schools having higher percentages of inexperienced teachers tend to have lower academic performance compared to schools having more experienced teachers. And what you see on the slide are two charts. You have English language arts over to the left, mathematics over to the right. This is data from 2019. Each of those blue dots represents a school. And so these two charts really visually show you that as the percent of inexperienced teachers decreases on the left, the percentage of proficiency increases across the bottom, right? And you can visually just see that downward slope. So looking at statewide data, just to orient you to the data that's on the slide here, over to the left are the measures that I defined earlier, the inexperienced educators and teachers, teaching with emergency provisional credentials, out-of-field teachers on the left. The data in the middle are the 3 years of data that we have available. So we have data, statewide data from 1819, 1920, and 2021. The two columns over to the right show you the change over time. One is the prior year change, and then a change over those 3 years, comparing the current year to 1819. Overall, Maryland has decreased the percent of inexperienced teachers, inexperienced educators, and out-of-field teachers. The percent of teachers teaching with emergency or provisional credentials did see an increase. So what does this trend look like over time? Oh, actually, sorry, wrong slide. So let's just break that down into local education agencies. So statewide, just as a reminder, the percent of inexperienced teachers for the 2021 school year was 17.3%. This slide shows you visually, geographically, where those inexperienced teachers are located, and then more information on the right with that chart just by the ranking. There are 11 LEAs that have a greater percent that is greater than the state average of 17.3%, or a state percent of 17.3%. And you can see that there are two that are actually above 30% that are in the black there. Looking at the emergency provisional credentials by local education agency, statewide, the percent for 2021 was 5.7%. There were 5 LEAs having a greater percent than the state. Again, the darker the color in the map, the greater the percent, and you can see the ranking of the LEAs over to the right. The third disaggregation by LEA that is in the slide deck here is out-of-field teachers by local education agency. So statewide, the percent was 10.8%, and there were 8 LEAs having a greater percent than the state. And you can visually see the ones that have more out-of-field teachers at the map and the ranking on the right. So that's a quick tour of the statewide data for the educator qualifications data. The next two sections really look at the gap, and this is the first section I'll go over is by poverty, and this is measuring the gap or comparing schools in the high and low quartile of poverty. So the first, I just want to kind of give you the methodology in regards to how we are doing this comparison of schools. Just as a reminder, this is an ESSA requirement to report on whether or not students are taught disproportionately. The way we did that is step one, we needed to first calculate the percent poverty for each school. In Maryland, we have the economically disadvantaged students that we are using to calculate the percent poverty. We then, for step two, we take those percentage of poverty for each school, rank them from high to low. And we look, then the third step is to assign the high quartile and the low quartiles. So the schools in the top 25% are considered in the high quartile, and those in the bottom 25% are in the low quartile. And so from there, what we do is we take a look at the educators that are in each of those groups of schools, and we compare them to each other. And that's how we get that gap measure. So when we look at, in Maryland, the high poverty schools did have a higher percentage of inexperienced teachers, inexperienced educators, teachers teaching with emergency or provisional credentials, and teaching out of field. This is the same kind of data table in which all the measures are listed to the left. What you'll see in the middle there for all schools, that is the statewide data that I presented earlier, and it gives you the high poverty schools and the low poverty schools. So these are the educators that are in educators and teachers that are in each of those groupings of schools. And you can see that there is a difference between those two groupings of schools. Red obviously is not the direction we want to be going. We want to see green. So this is where I'm looking at a trend over time for that gap. And it does kind of talk to in regards to how the pandemic has impacted a lot of this work as well. So the gap of educator qualification data, when we compare the high and low poverty schools over the past 3 years, show that the gap has increased in all measures, except for that percent of teachers teaching out of field. But you can look in the gap from the 18-19 year, what was presented, and then 19-20, and then 2021, and that prior year change is the three that are red, and then we still have the 3-year change showing the same kind of trend. So what this data is showing that we are not closing that gap. We are widening it. So looking at educator qualifications by students of color, this is measuring the gap for those schools in the high and low quartile by race. And so the methodology is the same except for one major difference in that we determine the percent of students of color for each school, and we use the count of non-white students and the total school population to get that percent. We rank them from high to low, and we look at the top quartile or top 25% of schools having the high percent of students of color, and then the bottom quartile or bottom 25% are the schools with low percent of students of color. And so again, we took a look at the gap for this current year, and what we saw in Maryland for the school year 2021 is schools having a high percent of students of color have higher percentages of inexperienced educators, inexperienced teachers, teachers teaching with emergency or provisional credentials, and teaching out of field across the board. Very similar results to the prior disaggregation. So looking at across time in regards to the trend of that gap, the gap of educator qualification data comparing schools having more students of color to schools having fewer students of color over the past 3 years show that the gap has increased in all measures except for the percent of teachers teaching out of field. So once again, widening that gap. And so unlike the last presentation, I'm done now. So the next slide shows you where you can find this data. It is live. It is on the Maryland report card. So when you go to the website, you can see the data for each, for the LEAs in the state, and you can actually download this data to get, as a data geek, you can dive into the data and really see what's going on. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Chowdhury and the board for questions.
So there's several things I want you to think about as this, not necessarily, you know, as you ask questions, but just as we move forward with the blueprint and continue to refine our work is one, you know, the correlation between inexperienced teachers and low tenure in high poverty schools, high minority schools, is an issue across the country. You've heard me say before, show me your low poverty school, I'll show you the teachers with the highest tenure. You know, the system is designed not necessarily to make them go somewhere, but they are self-selecting out of those schools. And you can say for a wide variety of reasons, right? In high poverty schools, right, there are more needs, there's more challenges, there's a lot more differentiation you have to do, especially with levels and such. The wraparound piece, right, is also crucial. So, you know, the concentration of poverty grant and creating more resources, that's all key, right? Pay does matter too, right? And currently, as designed in the blueprint, it's like if you get national board, you will get that bonus. That's regardless of school type. And then if you go to a low-performing school, you would get that additional 7. Not all high poverty schools are low performing. You know, we have about 200 or so that meet the definition. And our state, right now, the farms percentage is a little above 40%. It's actually higher, right? The depth of poverty is increasing. The state is fast diversifying and such. So the problem of practice that I like to throw out is, as designed, right, in the blueprint, is it going to turn the tide on this? And so my personal take is not really, because you cannot just do national board. I believe teachers in high poverty schools, teachers in West Baltimore, teachers in rural communities, teachers out in schools out in the shore, right, where it's harder to attract talent because you don't have the pull of the city and other things, right, in addition to the wraparound service, they also deserve a pay that is significantly more attractive. And I don't think, as designed right now, it looks to do that. And so that's work that I would push for us to refine and think about. I may rub some people in the wrong and right ways on that, but that's okay. I'm speaking from school systems that are 90% Title I districts. So I like to believe I know what I'm saying there. And then from a state that has also committed my previous state that changed the model in terms of how to attract teachers into those systems. So this is we're going to have to get this right. I mean, you saw there is no denying the power of an experienced teacher when it comes to student learning, right? But they're not at the places where we need them to be, right? And so that's a problem, and that's a very important problem that we need to solve at scale. So, any questions?
I would just, I think we've seen some of these data in the past. The thing that was troubling to me is it's reported, I couldn't see what the heck we were doing about it. I was just sort of reporting it. So I'm happy to see that we're trying now to figure out how we move forward on this issue. And and the other thing, I'm just sort of rhetorical. We're going to be talking to the local board presidents in the next month or so. And I just want to get a sense from them, are they getting the data that they need at the local level to understand the condition, whether it's teacher qualifications or daycare or whatever the issue? Do they have, and I know we have it in the report card, I got that, but do they actually have the data to begin to ask, and the resources to begin to ask the kind of questions that need to be asked? Because I think as we look at implementing the strategy, implementing the blueprint, one of the things that has to happen is that people have to have a realistic baseline. So starting there, and then figuring out how we advance from the reality, and not worry about pointing fingers, looking back or whatever, but trying to figure out how we can begin to move the ball forward. You look at that report from 1916, I mean, some of the same stuff is in the 1916 report. 1916, the same stuff. So again, looking creatively, looking collaboratively with the local school leadership, working with the AIB, working with the elected leaders in Annapolis. Again, how do we really begin to get our arms around it so we, at the end of the day, will have spent, I would guess, billions. What are we going to have to show? So that's sort of my view. So I'm happy with what you're doing. I'm even happier where we are now with the blueprint and other things, that we're moving beyond merely reporting about the condition, but we're actually trying to figure out how do you actually move the needle in a real way. So again, thank you much.
I think one of the things that we're going to need to address is that the climate for teachers in school right now is very difficult. The sense of burnout, the sense of being treated as not professional, is leading a lot of our experienced educators to leave the profession before they might have originally planned to do it. Feeling like you have to you are somehow responsible for sort of fixing everything that has gone wrong during COVID, and it's all kind of on you. The sense of being in the middle of this political firefight that's going on, social media firefights that are going on. You know, it's not just a sense of, can we pay teachers enough to move from the high-income schools to poverty schools. While pay matters, right now, I'm not sure that that's the biggest problem. I'm not going to say pay isn't a problem, because I doubt there's a teacher anywhere in the country that would tell you, hey, I make plenty, Yeah. But I think that's as big a problem as anything else. We are seeing our most experienced teachers leave as soon as they can. We also need to try to figure out these pathways for these people who are on provisional certification. For some of them, and again, this was also mentioned in the daycare, the idea of the unpaid practicum and some of the other things, what are the pathways that get some of our provisional people on the path to being licensed quality educators to increase that pipeline. And the one piece of data in here that, on slide 5, that talks about, here it is, that 7% of teachers left teaching in their first 3 years in 2012 and 13. That's a really old number, and I think the current number is much higher. And these outside forces that are sort of squeezing the culture of teaching and the lack of professionalism in teaching towards teachers, I think is increasing that number. Young people are not going into teaching. So I think this problem is bigger than just how do we get experienced teachers to go to poverty schools. It's how do we get people into teaching, get them to stay, and how do we get experienced teachers to stay in the current climate. So I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but I think that's...
I totally agree. I agree with you.
There's a big climate issue right now.
Absolutely. But even before COVID, high poverty schools got the short end of the stick.
Yes, and I agree with you.
So that's never been solved, and so we have to acknowledge that fact.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. I just think right now we have a twofold problem.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I mean, frankly, it's almost like we need a national campaign on tackling how we keep teachers, how we grow teachers. There's more and more less people. You just look at education degrees in Maryland or throughout the country, just going down.
There are colleges that are getting rid of their education program because they don't have the enrollment to sustain.
Yeah, we definitely need almost like a Marshall Plan for the teaching profession, frankly, and so I'll just put it that way, and I think there's work to be done. So, any other questions?
Let me just check with folks on virtual. Ms. Morrow?
No questions. I'll just add one of the things that NASB is looking at this year is talking about both the teaching profession and educator leadership. So we'll be sharing whatever we get out of there as well.
Great. Ms. Alley?
Yeah, I completely support the comments that have been made.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Getty?
Just a clarification, is the poverty defined, or you identify the students through the free and reduced lunch program?
These are students that are defined as economically disadvantaged, so direct certification. So it's what is used for the accountability system. So it may be a bit smaller than the free and reduced meal program. So the free and reduced meal program are students that are also identified with household forms. The economically disadvantaged are all students that are eligible for free and reduced meals, but they were identified as eligible through the direct certification process.
This is participating in SNAP, TANF, and other governmental programs.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Jang?
Yeah, I do have one kind of clarification question on the slide 5 that you just stated that say teachers are nearly twice as likely to exit out the high poverty school compared to the most affluent schools. So is that like a percentage wise or number wise? Because if we're looking at bigger pool, that number could be really huge. If we are looking at the smaller pool, the percentage kind of misleading us. So what I'm trying to say to establish is that disregard is a high or a low or affluent schools. Teachers leaving, period.
So this is a national study, but if I looked at that data in Howard County, I looked at that data in any other county in the school system, you'll see the same thing. You'll see that the novice teachers are in your higher poverty schools. There's actually studies that says as the percentage of high poverty, concentrations of poverty or minority students exist, you see an exit of tenured teachers to other areas. So that is a problem. So this number that you're seeing as twice as likely is essentially looking at national data and benchmarking it, and essentially the conclusion is they are always twice as likely. And so the number is based on a large sample size, which is the country, and that data has to be reported out to the feds. That's why it's required. So we have this data set, but if you ask me to run it for a single school system, I could show you the same thing as well. Now, is it 3 times as likely or twice as likely? The fact that it's even twice as likely is a problem. So anything above that is just even worse, right? So, yeah, just the attrition rate is higher. Yeah.
Yeah, since last time we were in the round table with a group of rural,
Newer teachers, yeah, when we did the new teacher
yeah, it seems like they are feeling, they are short of resources, like we have new, inexperienced teachers there, but they don't have like a proper training or kind of
induction you heard about, mentorship you heard about, one of the things that we're having discussions with MSEA around is like, as we finalize the teacher regs, like what will define a mentor, and because the blueprint says only this level of people can be a mentor, but we're not even at a place where we even have that army of teachers yet, but we still have all these amazing veterans who don't have national board certification. Are we going to say we limit them from becoming mentors? And so I think the answer should be no, we do not. And so we're working on possibly striking the right balance on that. So those were some things you heard during our roundtable. Not everyone has a consistent mentor or a quality mentor and induction, because all those things contribute to also staying at your school as well. That's the culture climate piece that Rachel also talked about.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Very good, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I just had to do this presentation. It's a very important topic. All right, we got one more. It's the legislative update, and Ari will come up and basically talk about the number of bills. We're gonna essentially highlight all the bills that are officially law and signed. There are still another batch that has to get signed, and we only pick the bills that have an implication for a state board action of sorts. So those are the bills we're going to highlight for you, because we don't want to highlight every single thing. And so with that, I'll have Ari and Youssef come up and do this presentation.
I know how hard this would be, but it just would be useful to get a sense of how many mandates you picked up, the department picked up in a particular year. At the federal level, even when our budgets were cut, the one thing you could count on was more mandates.
Yep.
So if the steeper your budget was cut, the more, it seemed like it was almost inverse. The more money you got cut, the greater the number of mandates.
So every time you hear create a report, create a committee, create COMAR, create, put a little tick next to a piece of paper, and then you can keep count how many mandates we have through the last. Yeah, or put a dollar sign and subtract it.
And I also been around long enough not to be naive, but it would be good as we start to collect some of this data to see whether we can get some relief. I know at the federal level, that thing ever got into legislation, it was almost an act of God to get it out. Even if you couldn't find the sponsor, even if nobody read the report, once it got into legislation, it was almost there forever. So, but again, you don't really, in an organization like MSDE, now we've gotten some relief over the last year or so, and that's good, but the relief never matches the amount of additional things. Our most important additional thing is obviously we have to keep the lights on, educate children every day, but it's really around how do we do transformation? How do we do transformation if everybody's running around on all of these initiatives? So I think this is an area where maybe, I don't want to speak for the board, but this might be an area where the board might be willing to see if there's something that we can do to help address some of this work.
How many legislative reports do we turn in annually?
Music to my ears. How many legislative reports do we turn in? You were just doing this. Do you have an estimate?
It's in the 20s. Cumulatively, annually.
How many?
No, it's more than that. 20? Really? That's it?
20 reports total, but those are broken down to be maybe one report will have 4 quarterly reports.
Right, yeah.
Or one report will have a semi-annual report. We can tabulate that for you.
It's a lot. Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Okay.
it's quite a lot.
Yeah, that's what we
Yeah.
did at Capitol Hill.
Well, but maybe if you do if you only count every month
Yeah.
as one, I think is what
I think
what
what
you're thinking.
General is saying, please, General.
There was a spreadsheet a couple of years ago that was showing that color-coded and everything that.
We've got that.
Yeah, we inherited that from Zach, so Yusef now is responsible for that spreadsheet.
Yeah, we have it, and that is the best way to invite us up to the podium would be is with that kind of focus. We would appreciate that. Okay, so I'm Ari. You all know me. I'm the chief of staff.
Yusuf, I think I've met most of you at this point. If not, I'll make sure to find you when this meeting is over today. I'm the executive director of government affairs and happy to be here today.
All right, so we're going to dive in. We're going to do we're going to do a high-level overview just to pick up where we left off last time with a quick overview by the numbers of the legislative session, and then we're going to dive in to the details, as the superintendent said, about what passed that impacts both the State Department of Education and the board. So starting with the numbers, as you can see here, over 1,000 bills introduced in the Senate and nearly 1,500 in the House. Of those, we tracked 261 for their impact on MSDE and or the state board, and of those, 76 passed. We were, I would say, by any definition, very active this legislative session, submitting testimony on 61 bills. So turning now to a deeper dive into the bills, the key bills that are most relevant for us. HB 277 and Senate Bill 234 creates a Purple Stars Schools program in Maryland designed to provide support to students whose families are military connected and who have transferred schools related to that military service. MSDE, with the board's approval, as always, will need to adopt regulations to carry out the legislation, including determining the criteria for a school to be designated as a Purple Star school. And just to give you one example, President Crawford, of a new requirement without additional resources, this is one where we did request additional contractual position, but did not receive additional resources, just to start us off with one example. Going on to the next one. I'm going to keep going and trust that you will interrupt me if you have questions or comments, if that's all right.
Board members that are virtual, we are looking at the slide deck, so we can't see you. So if you have questions or comments, please speak up so that we can recognize you.
Great. So HB 467 creates a new lane of certification solely for individuals who teach in Montessori schools. To be certified in this new path, a person must hold a valid Montessori credential and a bachelor's degree. And I wanted to call out here again that MSDE, with your involvement and approval, will need to promulgate regulations to implement the new certification pathway. And it is worth noting that the board is explicitly permitted under this new statute to require that an individual pass an examination to receive that certification. So just a preview of policy questions to come. HB 660 creates a commission to study the Division of Rehabilitative Services, which must meet 5 times, that commission, between June and December, so we're going to have to get that up and running very soon, and which must submit a report with recommendations by December 15th, 2022. And I want to point out here that a member of the state board will serve on that commission. So we will be circling back in touch with President Crawford to figure out how to, make that appointment soon.
Something that is unique to that bill is they wrote it so every single member of that commission or committee is appointed by the state superintendent. I haven't seen anything like that yet.
Yeah.
Usually it's a mix of people, the Senate and House, so, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And this next slide just gives you, I know the text is a little hard to read, but it gives you examples of what the commission is supposed to be doing, what their work is, and you can see that it includes both a category of things about the how the division does its work, the timelines and methods of communication and engagement, and also structural and governance questions about the division, and then finally whether there are budgetary requests or resource requests that could support the division's work.
We'll be doing in the coming month or two a presentation by DOORS because, sometimes I think people forget there is DOORS in MSDE. I do not forget, Scott knows, right? We see each other on a weekly basis. And that's just a very complex enterprise involving, adults as well as students with a wide variety of needs to be able to ensure success for them in the workforce and beyond. And so I'm looking forward to that presentation. And so just as a heads up, it's coming so you understand the complexities of that work stream for us.
Moving on to the next slide. HB 769 and Senate Bill 325 reestablishes the Student Data Privacy Council, which some of you may remember. This is not a new entity in Maryland, and it it tasks the council with, over the next 3 years, reporting, making recommendations on regulatory changes governing student data privacy. So they must submit a report by December of 2025 on potential policy changes and regulatory changes. And of course, the state board would be involved in adopting and promulgating any additional regulations or making any changes based on those recommendations. Moving on, HB 850 prohibits public schools and schools that receive public funds from discriminating against students on the basis of race, ethnicity, color, religion, sex, age, national origin, marital status, sexual orientation, gender identity, or disability. It requires an anti-discrimination statement in student handbooks. There are some exceptions in the bill that apply to single-sex pre-K programs and those programs affiliated with religious institutions. And it does create, this is another one just in response to your question, President Crawford, it does create a pretty substantial new set of work for us at the department. We must adopt regulations to establish procedures or complaints processing, mediation, enforcement, which is a whole category of work that is new for us at the department.
I asked for positions.
I would imagine it would touch other regulations, so you would possibly have to look at other regulations to make sure you're
Possibly, but this is when I saw it, I was like, okay, so I will need some positions to essentially create an investigative unit. Similar to the, there's models like that exist. We had it in Texas, and we didn't get any positions. And so I'm thinking long and hard, like where I will temporarily keep this, but it can happen at any time. It's live as soon as July 1st comes in, and there's some other overlap with some other cases that have happened on our work with Boost and such, it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out. Obviously, we do not want anyone discriminating across those lines, but the department has to act and investigate and do that work. And essentially, they said, here, do it with your existing structure. So, yeah.
All right, moving on to the next one. HB 1255 and Senate Bill 705 prohibit the use of seclusion in public schools and limits the use of seclusion in non-public schools. It adds new reporting requirements when a student is restrained 10 or more times in a school year. And if a school or district violates the requirements of the law, or if a student is restrained 10 times or more in a year, the school and district must create and submit to us at MSDE a systemic, evidence-based corrective action plan. Under this statute, we also must develop an accountability system, and we must report new data, we report similar data, but we must report additional data and differently. And as always, you as the state board will be called upon if and when we need to adopt new regulations to implement this, this piece as well. Been bills like this before?
Hearing some related to seclusion of students in classrooms for, so that's the same thing.
There may have been bills in the past. I have not had my team and the new people. Yeah, but this topic has been front and center nationally for some time, but it especially was hot this legislative session because of the federal investigation and ultimately finding at Frederick County around the use of seclusion. And so they are in an agreement, and then I took a very public stance on this as well. And so one of the things that was great to see is amendments happening with our recommendation. I don't think they got everything right, but that's okay. That's what next spring and other springs are for. But for now, I think it's a step in the right direction, definitely. The key thing I told the team is, right, new policies, new problem. It's like when you ban suspension, so you've got to equip people with the tools to do the alternative. So what does the alternative look like? What is a model corrective action plan if you were to get someone in trouble and get in trouble for, overusing seclusion? So, but yes, this time around it happened. Yep.
Okay. Senate Bill 617 updates the requirements for Maryland related to providing equivalent access to digital tools for students with disabilities, including those, and particularly sort of featured in this conversation was those who need non-visual access to digital tools. And MSDE has historically been involved in ensuring these relevant requirements are met, but this legislation replaces the Secretary of Commerce's role with the Secretary of Disabilities. And we, have already worked with the Department of Disabilities, and we certainly look forward to continuing that work and that relationship with them as we do this work. The legislation also does increase the requirements themselves, strengthen the requirements themselves. So under the new statute, the state board, which I paused to say the state board, and the local school systems must, by September of 2023, include in any RFP for digital tools a requirement that a vendor submit an accessibility conformance report that includes a voluntary product accessibility template, and then by October of 24 must actually select vendors and tools that offer, from those that offer a pedagogical value, the best product according to the equivalent access standard. So this is going to change procurement requirements in a way that is making more central these requirements around access, for equivalent access in digital, specifically when you're procuring digital tools. So it'll be a bigger deal for local school systems. It does provide a process by which if a local school system decides that there is no product available that meets the standards, they can have a process to notify MSDE, and then we can go through a process to approve them to use the product anyway, essentially, but with some requirements that we do double checking and make sure that there are in fact no tools that meet the requirements. Again here, implementation is very likely to require new regulations, so you will probably be hearing us come back to you with requests to promulgate new regulations to implement this requirement. And then lastly, the last one I want to focus on here is House Bill 1450, which you will remember our discussion of in prior sessions. It did pass and make changes to a few important timelines and pieces of blueprint implementation. Just to quickly go over those again, it does change, as you probably remember, there is an automatic withholding component of the blueprint that's always been there. So the AIB and MSD are to automatically withhold a portion of increases of state aid each year to districts. But this changes the parameters of that for fiscal year 23, requiring the funds to be released upon a demonstration that the local school system has submitted its initial comprehensive implementation plan, instead of what was there, which was approval of that plan in the prior version. That's because this bill also changes the timeline of submission of those comprehensive implementation plans. And so under this bill, the local school systems won't have to submit their plans until, I believe on the next slide, it says March 15th of 2023. So that is the primary change, but I should also flag that you heard us talk quite a bit, that it changes a timeline for the implementation of the College and Career Ready, one of the components of the College and Career Ready Pathways pieces of the bill. So in the original law, the school systems were to be implementing a new program of study for students who have not met the College and Career Ready standards by 10th grade. So for those 11th and 12th graders, by this school year, this bill gives them one additional year. So they will now be expected to implement those pathways or programs of study by the 23-24 school year. So we already are and will be continuing to work with local school systems to meet that new timeline and that new requirement.
And just to clarify an earlier question, when you break down each report that we have to submit by month and by quarter or semi-annually, it totals 118 per year.
Yeah, that's the number I'm more
sounds better.
familiar with. That's the number I read in the fall.
Yeah.
With a varying level of effort and complexity associated with them. I would, again, just from prior experience, it would not surprise me if you could, and I'm not suggesting that you do this, it would not surprise me that 85% or more of MSDE's resources are devoted to what I would call current services, doing what we do every day. Supporting the local school systems, coming up with regs, doing all of those things. Now, contrast that to the blueprint. I suspect people would say the blueprint represents the largest initiative for improving education since, let's say, what was it, the Thornton Commission, about 10 years ago. 20 years ago? Was it 20? 10 years. So my point is this, and this is not uncommon for an organization like MSDE. We have to keep the lights on and to do everything that we need to do. We're going to spend 85% of the resources on that. At the same time, we are charged with implementing the largest education reform initiative in 10 years. And with that education reform initiative, we have additional billions of dollars going into the system. So we're going to have, I'm pleased with what I've seen from the department, from the superintendent, but we're going to have to be real smart about this because this is a huge thing to do. We are in talks with having joint meetings with the State Board and the AIB. Both groups are leaning forward, trying to figure out how can we collectively work together to achieve the kind of results that we both dearly want to see for the children. So I just wanted to say that. So in the coming months, we'll probably have the first of maybe a series of joint meetings where we begin to work on these issues together to see how we can leverage each other's resources and authorities to make a difference.
That's what my week is about daily. So, and the teams here know well and full, like, what we're doing. Even when we put out a strategic plan, everything will be anchored in getting blueprint right. Getting blueprint right is also refining it as we implement it as well, too. I want to keep reminding people of that. So, and is there anything else you guys would like to know from this presentation?
Anyone on virtually have any questions or comments? Because we can't see you. Hearing none.
They're shaking their heads, or at least the ones I can see.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We were supposed to be done with this section by 3:15. It's 3:13, so I'm early. So
Are you really?
I am 2 minutes. I gave you back 2 minutes.
We have these to do.
You only have my according to mine is 3:14. You only had by 1 minute.
You wasted a minute right now to tell me that.
Ask her question and get
So at this point, very good discussion, very good meetings. This is now, the point of the discussion is now out for reports to the state board from the committees. So, anything? Sure.
Thank you. I'm going to give a brief summary of what's happening with the strategic plan. But before I do that, I might ask a question. I guess I'm, am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Yeah, I might direct the question, I guess, to the state superintendent. But as I'm thinking about the discussion we had just a few minutes ago in regard to particularly the Maryland School Report Card and educator qualifications and the importance of that issue, and I heard you specifically say this is something that is really going to become a deep dive for us and look at it carefully so that we can make recommendations and changes. And then we also heard the discussion around the early childhood, which I think was very helpful to all of us to hear some of the practical concerns from those who are in the field every day dealing with these complex issues at a variety of levels. But both discussions were good. And then I think about the strategic plan in terms of how MSDE and the state board engage one another about these particular issues and where they fit within the strategic plan, and maybe to what extent the specifics of these kinds of issues which are identified today, I think is particularly important to us. How do we incorporate those concerns as a part of the planning process, particularly when you highlight and say this is an important issue, and as Mr. Crawford says, yes, and we've heard about this, and the next step is hearing you say, and now we're going to plan around objectives, strategies, initiatives to make a difference with these issues, which is a very important first step. And so now I think about it in terms of our involvement with the strategic plan and how do these concerns become a part of the strategic plan. I don't know if you want to comment on that today or now, but
I wasn't sure if you're throwing out a meaning of life question, but so we've been engaging. I mean, we've been doing roundtables where, you know, I moved the target for the team on the survey where we've hit over 15,000. Next month, I'd like to give you an update on the survey before we package it up. So that's one sample where, like, you know, we're approaching 17,000. You know, I've been racking up a lot of miles in my car, spending entire days in counties and school systems doing assignments and such, and looking at this department inside out. I've said it needs to be built for the blueprint. Every single team member, when they meet with me, they have 3 questions, right? What are you working now? What's on the horizon? How are you getting better? And I don't want to see vague answers on that last one. They know that. And so, and that's how every single meeting is structured. In terms of how, right, we have a lot of work to do. Once we gather all our data, you have very important conversations coming up with school board members. We've been giving you qualitative write-ups on what the messages of those have coming out. The team has been doing a great job. The survey, we're going to have like the top 3, top 5. We're going to see what those look like. And then just things that we're hearing here on this space. So, the strategic plan is not going to be 100 things, right? Where we go next is what are the priorities? What are those things? If we we still have to do the day-to-day business. We still have to do childcare inspections. We still have to get better on what the customer service looks like for processing invoices, right? I don't want processing invoices in the strategic plan, right? But I just expect us to be great in that. But those priorities, if we leaned into those and obsess about these 4 or 5 things wherever we land, right, we will move the needle and have a much more educated and populace in our state. So what are those things going to be? And certain things are going to rise to the top. So as you listen to these things, to answer your question, I want you to remember, not all those things are necessarily strategic plan things. Those are like superintendent, refine the operations of MSDE things, refine the customer service things, right? Like, I don't want a priority to be customer service. Customer service is true every single day, and we need to get better. Like, no excuses on that. So that's the thing I would tell you. Like, as we go into room, because we really have to all get into a room and look at what all the data is with Robert and with our facilitator, but we haven't done that yet. I just want you to remember, I don't want like operational things to suck up, the strategic plan, because those things I have to do in managing an enterprise and organization. So those are some things.
That's very helpful, though. I think that is helpful in the subcommittee's planning as we work through this. And as you say, we're not there yet, but these issues that come before us that are important, and that we hear data that we would like to see different.
Absolutely.
All of us, I think, together. Right. And as we engage, these issues, of course, will not get lost. They may not be specifically identified as a part of the strategic plan, but they ultimately will be addressed in some way.
Absolutely.
By virtue of the strategies that the plan puts out.
If a priority is literacy, knowing this board, knowing myself what that is, that's a priority. What initiatives and what that looks like to make sure every child is reading by the end of 3rd grade, and those that are not get the help that they need, right? Those are examples of things I want to lean into in the strategic planning process. Not necessarily some of the things you heard. Not that those things are not, I'm obsessing about every day, but those are operational matters rather than, things related to pedagogy and what happens in classrooms each and every day. So.
It's helpful. I appreciate that. But for the rest of the board and the public, the strategic plan subcommittee has been meeting almost weekly. Mr. Crawford, myself, Ms. Haley, and Ms. McCusker as board members, and also members of the MSDE staff have had, I think, very good conversations over the past couple of months, and those conversations will continue on a weekly basis. As you know, and we have reported, the MSDE staff members have been organizing quite a number of roundtables and listening sessions, and many of you as board members have facilitated or participated in these sessions, and there are more sessions scheduled. The state superintendent just mentioned one group of local boards that we are going to engage with, and there's going to be 4 sessions. I think we're planning 4 sessions to meet with
officers of local boards of education, which is something, again, we haven't done and we need to do. The local boards need to be a part of the engagement process, so we're looking forward to those. So we hope maybe that the listening sessions and roundtables will come close to concluding by the end of June, maybe a week or two into July, but I think we will have gathered most of the data by end of June or maybe early.
One of the things I want to do for you guys is an engagement report. So essentially everything all in one nice package. And so I've talked to the team about putting something together. This is before the strategic plan on just what did we do to engage and what story did it tell and what rose to the top. So, you know, I know you thank the staff, but I thank you guys for the time you're making. This is not common from a state superintendent and their boards, even at local levels, oftentimes to make this time and everything. So every time I jump in a round table and I see you guys, I just, you know, we spend an hour and a half in those in the evening after a full day of whatever you were doing that day. And so that's no big deal. And so I really appreciate you guys making the time and continue to make time. So continue to stay running with me as we get to, you know, figuring out our strategic plan and implement blueprint.
We continue to provide to board members when these sessions are and what the topics are. So if you do have a chance to join any of the sessions, we encourage you to do so. I know many of you have already been doing it, but we have a few more sessions.
Yep.
And frankly, if you haven't joined, I think you'll find they're very informative and they're fun to be a part of. And you always learn something. So I hope you'll continue to be a part of it if you're able to do that. We continue working on the draft of the value statements and the vision and mission statements, and we'll be putting those together in a draft form and getting them out to board members for your consideration and comments. So that shouldn't be too far along.
Yep.
Try to keep you involved in the process as we're able to do it during the various segments that the subcommittee is looking at. So, and finally, we're trying to look at a timeline for the plan, and we've begun those conversations, and I know we'll continue to look at when we think the plan may be completed, and then about the implementation and getting it out to folks. That's another important part. So we're making, I think, some significant progress, and I appreciate everyone's engagement with the various roundtables and listening sessions. It's a good process, and as the state superintendent has said, I think it's unprecedented. I think we're doing things that we need to do. We're engaging a lot of people in our conversations, and that, I think, will benefit the plan when we ultimately adopt it. So thank you for that. It's been a good process, and we have worked well with the state board and MSD collaboratively. It's been, I think, so far a very productive group of conversations.
Any additional reports? Dr. Wilcox?
I'll be real brief. But I wanted to report out from the Safe and Healthy Schools group. We had a briefing not too long ago on restorative approaches implementation in the state of Maryland by a school psychologist who works at Hopkins, who has an external grant to evaluate or study. Thank you. Study the impact of House Bill 725 restorative approaches in schools. And so it was sort of a briefing on what restorative approaches are and kind of what the implementation of restorative approaches looks like in different settings, and, you know, some challenges and some ideas of gaps. But it's one kind of big initiative that we thought we would like to learn a little bit more about. So I thanked Ms. Chang and Mr. Bokum for being there, and several members of MSDE were there too to contribute to the discussion and listen in.
Anyone else? Oh, Ms. Morrow.
I was just going to add a few notes from our NASB participation. I mentioned earlier the Public Education Positions Committee. They are addressing educator workforce and school and district leadership this year. Ms. McCusper and I are both working on that committee. In addition, I agreed to participate with the early literacy work group. Maryland is one of 9 states that will be participating in that work group over the next year, and our first meeting for that will be in June. And then finally, I was invited through NASB to participate in a focus group in the next couple weeks on assessments and accountability. So I may be reaching out to Ms. Chaudhary and staff to help address some of the issues that they're asking about in those groups.
Thank you. We have on Thursday a literacy summit. University of Maryland, MSDE is participating. I'm making a couple of comments during the session. Again, happy to be working with the university. We just said literacy is clearly higher on our list. We are not far enough along yet to figure out exactly what the initiative will look like, but it's pretty clear literacy is going to be on the table to be addressed. So hopefully maybe we'll get some ideas and suggestions about what's working and things that we can bring back here and use. Also, just wanted to acknowledge that May is Teacher Appreciation Month. What a wonderful way to do that today with the Maryland State, the Teachers of the Year from across the state. Teachers have done an incredible job under some of the most challenging situations you could ever imagine, and they're hanging in. Yes, they are taxed and tired and everything, but they're hanging in. So we just wanted to just acknowledge all teachers, public, non-public schools, the child care providers, for the above over-the-top type of support they have provided over the last couple of years, this year in particular. I want to just acknowledge them and, again, thank them, the administrators, and everyone involved for everything that they've done to serve the children in the state of Maryland. If we don't have anything further, I'd like to propose a motion to adjourn to executive session pursuant to Section 3-305B, 1, and 7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss the following: 2 personnel matters, 2 appeals, 2 draft orders, 1 oral argument, update on pending litigation, and regulation interpretation. Goodness, happens so fast. I can't see it. So proposed by General Sumter, second by Mr. DeShield. Seeing no discussion, we'll just do a voice and hand. All in favor, say aye, and raise your hand. Aye. Okay.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain. Okay. So we'll be back. Listen, we're going to try to be back in about an hour. We have a number of things.
It's good.
Lori, do we disconnect?
Yeah, so
I think,
just
yeah,
a
I think
second.
we do, and we have to go into the non-guest sign one. because this is open to public. So you have to go, there was an email sent with one that's not a guest.
No way.
Bye. Is there someone on staff that can clarify? Because earlier this was the only link that they sent us.
I'll text Charlene.
Stand by for Dr. Lawson.
Yes?
You just stay where you're at, like you did last month.
Okay, so we're not gonna log off or log back on, we're just gonna sit still.
No, we have to log off.
Okay, Lori and Jean, you just sit still.
Jean left. I'll text Jean.
We're gonna have to, just stand by. I think we're gonna have to log off because we're gonna be dealing with items that you don't want the public to be able to dial back in on this line. So just stand by for, just briefly. Thank you.
And the board member may now request a hearing before an administrative law judge at the Office of Administrative Hearings. There are two orders to announce. First is Mr. and Mrs., both of these orders were for dismissal for untimeliness. Mr. and Mrs. Vernon C. versus Prince George's County Board of Education, it was Order 22-07. And John and Tammy W. versus Charles County Board of Education, it's Order number 22-08. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sheldon, if you can repeat the first part through the first decision, there was a challenge with the technology, so.
Just the first one?
Just the first one, he said. So from the beginning through the first one.
I could probably do it better the second time through.
Okay.
In the matter of Brian Carter versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, which was a teacher termination matter, it's matter number 22-11. The state board affirmed the decision of the local board. In the matter of Stephen Price versus Howard County Board of Education, it's state board number 22-12. The state board voted to remand the matter to the local board for further proceedings. And that was the case that you heard oral argument about this morning.
Okay. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Schoen. Are there anything that the board, for the good of the order, seeing that there's nothing further to be said? The floor is now open for a motion to adjourn.
Also move.
Second, okay. So Mr. DeShiel and then seconded by Senator Bates. Seeing no discussion, we'll just do a hands. All in favor, just raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? Good. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, members of the public, for sticking with us today.